people are going to be joining us. It is a tape show. They did record it last week. We do still have plenty to look forward to, and I have managed to avoid spoilers for who wins. The only thing I've not managed to avoid is who the mystery person is, so I do know that. So it's LA Knight against a mystery person, which I'm not going to say, and I would urge and ask that you lot don't say either, because obviously we're very close to the actual show now. It's Jey Uso against Rusev. It's also the traditional Survivor Series match as well. So I think we've got a women's advantage match. I mean, otherwise, how are we going to sort that out? I've not seen one actually announced, but we got to have one, haven't we? Like, we have got to figure out the women's advantage. Otherwise, like, why did we bother doing one for the men if we're not going to do one for the women? So I've not seen any communication on that. That one might have slipped through the cracks, but we've got LA Knight against a mystery opponent in the Last Time Is Now tournament. I would show you a preview, by the way, but there isn't one, right? So I would sit here and go through the preview like I normally would, but there actually isn't one. So LA Knight against a mystery person, Jey Uso against Rusev, and then, of course, that traditional Survivor Series match, the MFTs. They're going to be taking on Sami, Fenix, Motor City Machine Guns, and Shinsuke. But we got more important things to look at, like this nothingness, because I haven't set it up correctly, like this, where Trick Williams got on his knee and proposed to Lash legend. We've got a WWE. I mean, I don't know if she said yes or no, to be honest. And also, there's no audio, so I don't quite know what he's saying. He might be saying, look, I know you wanted me to fix that leaky tap in the bathroom, but I haven't got round to it. I did go to the shop, and I did buy this piece that I think is going to help. I think I just need to put this bit, like, around the top of the U-bend, and that should stop the leak. So I did do summer, and she's like, okay, yes, come on, that'll do. It's Thanksgiving, so I'm going to let you off. I don't know. I don't know what it's saying, right? I don't know what it's saying. Here's Ava saying, in front of her family is sick and twisted. Oh, that's the spirit. That's the spirit, isn't it? That's the spirit. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Hannah, thank you. Tagging me in that 14 minutes ago. Had a few people tagging me in it today. And, it's nice, isn't it? It's nice. Lovely. When love in WWE goes right, eh? Not like that sex pest that Becky Lynch is talking about. So, there we go. David, shout out to you. Let's see what David's got to say. David says, Paramount have asked UFC, and UFC have announced that UFC 324, all the numbered UFCs are going to start an hour earlier at 9 p.m. That's 2 a.m. On Sunday morning. David, thank you. Yeah, definitely worth knowing. I mean, that means that everything just moves an hour earlier. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Don't know how I feel about it because I'm so used to starting at 3, and I think in a way I kind of like it. I think it works better for me because I would always have to try and do Unseen afterwards. Normally the show wouldn't finish till like 6, so then I've got to try and catch up with everything I've missed out on by the time the thing's being uploaded. You know, I've basically bought an hour back from with this move, so I think it works better for that. I'm normally up an hour, good hour or so before anyway, so I mean, I don't think I'm going to have to get up any earlier, so yeah, I think I'm on board. I don't really like changes to my schedule. I'm so used to doing things at certain times now that any little tweaks or changes like this, I have to really think about, how do I feel about it? I mean, it's great for people that go to work and have been at work all day and then, you know, you haven't got to stay up as late anymore, so that's great. For me, I've just got a schedule. I just know what time to go to bed. I know what time to get up, and, you know, I kind of works. So, yeah. Thinking about it, I don't think it's going to be a massive change. It's only an hour. But I think it's going to work better, to be honest, for me. And that's the most important thing, isn't it, if you think about it? Does it work better for me? And the great news is I think it does. So, there we go. So, David, thank you. Chatru, shout out to you, my friends. And Jason, Jason, ha, 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 that is it. Shout out to you as well, buds. Let's have a look, shall we? Because genuinely, I have not had chance to catch up with today's news. So we can just do a little walk. Just a little walk. Oh, here we go. Look, 12 minutes. Huge congratulations to Lash Legends and Trick Williams on their engagements. Let's put out some heart emojis because we do love that. Genuinely. Pleased for them. Randy is the best male worker in the company right now, says Ric Flair. WWE Star has recalled recently making John Cena cry. Okay. Natalia opens up about her book making John Cena cry. I do like it when that happens, actually. So sometimes you get like these kind of accounts. This is Wrestle Talk, right? But others do it where they're like, click on this if you want to find out who made John Cena cry. And then you go down and it's like, Natalia has opened up about making John Cena cry. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. I don't need to click on that then, do I? Thank you. So it was Natalia, everyone. The one thing I'm going to say to John Cena is he better be ready for Survivor Series because I'm going to rock him so hard that he's going to call me my Via. It's a fun line. If you're going to rock someone, it does make me feel like you're either doing that or you're doing that. Let's rock! Right, Natalia, blah, 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 blah. Natalia. We got a lot of Natalia stuff, haven't we? She must have done an interview, some AEW stuff. Dominic talking about John. Here's Lash Legends. There is Ariana Grace. She's officially offered Chelsea Green the title of Miss North America. Do we need to watch that? Probably not. Dominic names 2 matches in his career so far. The Fatal 4-Way at WrestleMania 41 and his debut against Seth. Those are the 2 top matches so far. That is a weakness for Dom, actually. I know there's a lot of Dom love. I understand. I see the improvement myself, right? We're all on the Dom train. But definitely looking for those matches to improve, like, quality-wise. I know that he's still learning, putting it together, all of that. But facts are facts. You know, I don't find him to be a Sami Zayn, an Ilya Dragunov. I don't find him to be a Roman Reigns or a Cody or a Punk. Like, if those guys are having a main event match, chances are it's going to deliver and it's going to be a spectacle. It's going to be entertaining. I know Dom's not that level. I know that he sits in the mid-cards, but that's definitely an area that we want to see get better, where we can watch his matches and they're like 4 stars. I see a lot of Dom matches that are like 3.5 at best. So, yeah. The reason I said that is because he's just picked his top 2 matches. These are my top 2 matches. And one of them's from 2020. And the other one was a match that I thought was very mid. That Fatal 4-Way at WrestleMania. I didn't think it was anything special. The only special thing about it was Dom winning and actually getting that Intercontinental Championship. And those are his top 2 matches. Dominic discusses Eddie's influence on his character. Megan Walker comments after signing with WWE. Drew says he's sad he didn't get to be one of John's opponents. Oh, yeah, that finally dropped. That's probably the big talk. I did see that. So there they are, sat round the table. The ladies. There we go, look. Pamela Anderson, the girl from X-Files. That's an alien. That is Wednesday Addams. That's one of the X-Men. And that is... Io Sky. So, there we go. WrestleMania Vegas. Amazing new advert. Oh, hello.
It's Black Friday, darling, and we've got 5 days of deals. November 26th to the 30th, we have up to 40% off store-wide on everything. We've got hats, we've got sweaters, we've got the Blu-ray, we've got action figurines. You're going to need...
The Blu-ray! We've got the Blu-ray! Mate, she's brilliant. I only have to watch a couple of seconds of her work and I enjoy it. Oh, Triple H has said in Vegas, everything's a game. Some nights it plays without cards or dice and just tension. Does it? Sounds rubbish. Everyone is measured. Every look is a strategy sharpened. Ooh. Okay, I think we've gone back about 10 hours and I ain't seen much, to be honest. News today. I think the big thing is probably that new advert in it. That's probably the big thing. Okay, Connor said, who do we potentially want to win the Last Time Is Now tournament? Gunther. And also, who do we want to qualify for the semi-final of the Last Time Is Now tournament? Jay or Rusev? Depends who wins the other one, to be honest, because ideally it would be good to have heel against face. So if LA Knight gets through, then... Well, actually, if LA Knight gets through, then the other one is Jay Rusev. There's history between LA Knight and Jay, isn't there? They have not got along, so that would be fine. That would be fiery. That wouldn't be a face versus face, made the best man win. Like, they actually don't like each other, so that's fine. But if it ended up being Rusev and we do LA Knight Rusev, I can work with that as well. So honestly, don't mind. It's hard to have a conversation around the Last Time Is Now tournament because, to be honest, I just don't care. Because we know Gunther's winning. So it's like, why mentally do we need to waste time talking about who should win what and blah, 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 when it's Gunther that's winning? It's always been Gunther that's winning. Gunther's winning, and he's going to face John Cena in the last match. And I've heard nothing different on that. I mean, geez, if Gunther gets knocked out on Monday, that is going to be such a shock. That'll genuinely be one of the biggest shocks of the year. So it's a real shame, actually, because I think you would have seen a lot more content, a lot more excitement, a lot more buzz if that hadn't have leaked. But it came out. It's been out since probably, the summer that Gunther was going to be seen as last match. Might even have been before then. I don't remember knowing at the start of the year, but I remember Gunther being a name people were mentioning as a real potential. But yeah, I think it's been around just after Mania that it kind of came out, leaked out that this is the plan. And we haven't heard anything different since. So it looks like it's going that way. Steve said, I guess we're all expecting Gunther to be seen as last opponent. After that, do we want to see him presented something like a career ender kind of nickname? No, not really. I wouldn't really go with like a career ender nickname because he didn't really end John's career. John ended John's career, so it doesn't really work. The thing with Brock being the destroyer of the streak is that the streak would have continued. Undertaker had a match the next year. He had a match the year after that. He had a match a year after that, right? And after that, I think he didn't have a match at 35, but I think he did go up to 34. And so, that would have continued. So Brock did actually end something. But Gunther doesn't... He's not ending John's career. John's ending his career. John's told us all year that he's going to end in December. And we're really just trying to figure out now who the last opponent is going to be. So it's going to be interesting, actually, how you word what Gunther is going to do, because he's going to beat John. He's going to be the final opponent of John. And he can say that he ended John's career. I mean, he can say it, but there is a massive asterisk next to that, isn't there? A massive asterisk. It's the way they did Ric Flair's was better because Ric Flair's career would have continued. The story with Ric Flair was that he was going to be an active superstar until he lost his next match. And as soon as he lost, that would be his last match. And so we get to WrestleMania. Everyone knows that he's going to lose, right? Because he's facing Shawn Michaels. It's at WrestleMania. We all know that this is where they've planned to kind of end things. So, you know, everyone knows, there's no doubt in anyone's mind, even though he hadn't lost the match by the time he was making his entrance. Because technically, had he have won, his, you know, it would have continued. But, I mean, WrestleMania was the right place, and Shawn was the right opponent. So everyone knew, but Shawn legitimately did end Ric Flair's career, although technically not, because he carried on. But in WWE, he legit ended it. But Gunther's not really, is he? Because it's John that said, this is going to be my last show. So, you know, it could be someone else, and John's career would still end. So using that next year, you definitely should. You definitely should be bragging about it. You know, I humbled John in his last match, or, you know, I made sure John left this business with an L next to his name, or however you want to word it. But I think, yeah, there's a big asterisk next to it for me, because the person ending John's career is John. I am all right, says Connor. Connor, shout out to you. Willow said, I missed the Wyatt 6 against Final Testament. Imagine the match that we could have had, says Willow. Choco Latte, shout out to you, buds. I am looking forward to the match as much as I'm not looking forward to it coming to an end, said D. Howell Podder. James, hello, hope you're doing well. The Rib said, I don't care if Gunther beats Cena. It just feels like such an underwhelming match. Flame said, tomorrow is Survivor Series, but I'm asking if SmackDown has started. No, SmackDown starts at its usual time in about an hour and 39 minutes. So SmackDown starts in about an hour and 39, but tomorrow we are here for Survivor Series. If you've not left a like on that Survivor Series stream, leave a like on it. Just pop on and hit the thumbs up. That's really appreciated, because, I don't know, I mean, until I start the stream, I don't know, but I'd like to try and get to 1,000 likes. We managed to do it for the last UFC stream that we did, and it had been a while since we had achieved it. And I don't know why I never really set that target. I don't know why I never really do that for the big stream. I don't bother doing it for these. But it does make a difference. So it'd be good to kind of start that stream kind of in a decent place already, rather than starting from zero. So if you are going to be joining us tomorrow, drop a like on it already. It really is appreciated. That way, when the stream starts, it should already be in a decent place, and hopefully we could get it to 1,000. So don't know why, it just always seems to help. Connor said, Daze, what match do we think is going to kick off the show? And do we think it's either going to be the men's or the women's WarGames? Yeah, I think there's a chance it could be the women's, because I don't think the women will main event. I think it'll be the men, considering we've got Roman and Cody and all that star power. So I think the men will main event. I think you probably are not going to want to put both of your cage matches next to each other, because you're going to want a breather. You know, you're not going to want to show the crowd all this crazy stuff and then go straight into another match that's full of crazy stuff. You're going to want a bit of breathing room. So I'd imagine it's going to be women's WarGames. Then it'll be Stephanie against Nikki. Then it'll be John Cena, Dominic. And then it'll be the men's WarGames to kind of wrap things up. So you keep those two apart, just like you keep the two Royal Rumbles apart, you know, and they don't get in each other's way. Same with WarGames. James said, I was okay, but I'm having to put up with some freaking weirdo. Oh, really? James, shout out to you. The world is full of weirdos. Is anyone bummed that the traditional Survivor Series matches aren't Survivor Series anymore? And the only one that we're getting tonight is SmackDown, says Tony. We spoke quite a bit, actually, about that and what we would like Survivor Series to be. I don't mind if it was a traditional Survivor Series, or if it's WarGames, or if was something else. I think the big thing that we've kind of reached the conclusion with is that we would like for it to have some sort of long-term built-in, meaning. Like if you win the Rumble, you get to go to WrestleMania. If you win Elimination Chamber, you get to go to WrestleMania. If you win Money in the Bank, you get the briefcase. If you win King of the Ring, you get to go to SummerSlam. WrestleMania is the grandest stage of them all. I mean, it's where feuds end and title matches are held, and it's a night of true significance. Same with SummerSlam. I just don't think I can say that about Survivor Series. Like, if you win the WarGames, you get nothing apart from some bragging rights that expire very, very quickly. And I can't even say, like, that it's a night that builds up to big title matches, because most of our champions are in the WarGames and titles are not being defended. So that is a big problem they've got with Survivor Series. So for me, like, addressing that is a matter of urgency for Survivor Series, but we've been saying that for a little while and it never really changes. So WWE clearly don't feel the same, and that's okay. That is okay. Aseeb said, did you watch the Seth Becky interview? You took out of context what Seth was saying during the bit. He was saying that the fans' opinions and our truth coming back because of the fans. Well, no, he said about how the fans' opinions don't matter. I mean, that's what he's got, and then he moved on to the R-Truth thing. So he did say that. I saw the clip on it. I haven't sat down and watched the whole interview, but I have seen the clip on that segment, and obviously I've got the transcript of it. But yeah, he did say about how the fans helped bring R-Truth back. I pointed that out in the thing about how the first part did not marry up to the second part. Jitterman said, Daze, if Jericho was to come back and see his retirement out in WWE, could you see him facing someone like Trick or Ricky Saints? Sure, yeah. I mean, both of them, I think, will make it to the main roster. I think both of them will make it, but I don't think that Jericho is coming back until at least the Rumble. So I'm not expecting it to be a case that we're seeing him like, Survivor Series or anything like that. We could get him back some point next year. Obviously, at that point, we could be calling up Trick. I don't think we're going to be calling up Ricky early next year. He's the NXT champ at the moment, so he'd have to drop the championship. So, yeah, I kind of think that there is a chance of it. But, I mean, there's so many people that he could come back and face because he's been gone since, 2018? So, I mean, there's a lot of people that he's not kind of worked with. So, he could do. Benny said, I hope tomorrow will be big. I always liked WWE. Somehow, WWE no longer existed. Would we watch other stuff like AEW, TNA, MLW? Don't know. No idea. They've always been there in my life, so I have absolutely no idea what I would do without it. Kez said, Daze, what are the odds of getting the OG bloodline to turn heel on the others, or for Cody to turn heel? And what if Drew or Brock turns on Heyman and turns face? Well, I feel like Keith Summit's going to happen. So I feel like we just said, if you win Survivor Series, you don't really get anything. There's no title shot or anything, right? There's no stipulation. It's not like losers get suspended for 2 months or have to leave or anything like this. So if the winning the match doesn't really matter, right? You just get some bragging rights and that's it. Then what happens during the match carries more significance from a booking point of view. So if you want me to be impressed with the show tomorrow, I really am not just looking for a normal match, little bit of action, one team wins and that's it. Like, that's not good enough to me tomorrow. I am looking for something more than that. And the reason is because, as I said, do a match that's fine, and then you have someone win. Like, literally, that to me is largely skippable. I need other things in there for us to talk about. And, they don't have to be massive. it could be like what happened with Roman and Punk. I mean, one of the biggest talking points coming out of last year's Survivor Series was Roman grabbing onto the cage to stop Punk going in the ring, right? And everyone went, oh my God, did you see that? He just stopped CM Punk from going into the ring. And Punk gave him a dirty look. I bet that's going to be WrestleMania. And that got a load of people excited, got a load of people talking about Roman Punk at WrestleMania. Like, there was loads of kind of excitement that was coming out of that. So that those kinds of moments is what I'm looking for. You can go bigger than that, which would be a turn. So, you know, I don't see Cody turning. I don't see OG Bloodline turning together as a unit. I think we've done that, and I don't think we want to go back to that. I think we want to be moving forward. We want to be like driving the story forward. I would be looking at a Jimmy turn or a Jay turn. You know, I'd be looking at one of those guys turning kind of on their family, maybe aligning with the vision. Could just be wishful thinking, but something like that would be really good, because then you would feel like the show was worth watching, because, you know, the result you can always just read online. If you want to know who wins, carry on with your life, and you can just check the result. Do you know what I mean? If it's only the result that you care about, you don't really need to watch the show. But what happens during the match, that should be, you know, worth tuning in for. So if we get like a turn, and, you know, we want to see like how that plays out and the looks that are given and all of that stuff. If Roman's going to do another moment, I can't remember who said it. Someone said to me that what they could do this year is have Punk stop Roman from going in the ring. So last year it was Roman stopping Punk. This year it could be Punk stopping Roman. And like, that's a lovely reversal of last year. And I was like, oh, that's quite clever, actually. Things like that will make the show worth watching if we do stuff like that. That to me is what I'm excited about, and what I'm tuning in for is those moments. I don't care who wins. It doesn't matter to me if it's the Vision that win or if it's Roman and whatever win. Again, I have to remind you, I have to say, it doesn't matter. 24 hours later, we just move on with our lives. It does not matter. So as a result of it not mattering, I don't care. Don't care who wins. So to me, it's way more important what we do during the actual match. That could be little teases for the future, a turn, you know, things along those lines. That's what excites me. So out of the list of options that you just gave, so what are the odds of getting the OG Bloodline to turn heel on the others? I don't think they would unite together and turn, because I don't think we're going to go back to that, but one of them could turn. Or for Cody to turn heel. I don't think they want Cody as a heel. I know they've kind of flirted with a few heel things, and my guess is that we're probably planting seeds for a future turn. But that future turn could be like a year or two away. And I think it's one of those where, you know, I can kind of already see what they're going to do. Like, he'll turn heel, and then they'll have the babyface come out and say, I can't believe we didn't see this coming. The clues were there all along. Check this out, and then show a video of all the times Cody has cheated whilst being a babyface. And a lot of people out there will be like, no way. And like most of us will be like, yeah, we know. We remember when he used the belt against Drew. We remember when he used the chair against Kevin Owens. We remember when he grabbed a handful of tights when in the second match against Seth. You know, like, there's loads of occasions where he has just cut a corner, done a little bit of cheating, and I'm sure they could go back, pull that together in a video package and use it as the clues were right in front of us all along type way. And plenty of casuals would have their minds blown. I can't believe it. I can't believe I didn't see it coming. So I think we're probably doing some stuff for that. For like giving us the option if ever we want to turn him heel. I don't know that he is actually turning heel. I think if he did turn heel, it would be better than the John Cena heel turn. I think that it would have more room to breathe and more road to run. We knew that Cena was done by the end of the year, whereas Cody obviously is not done by the end of 2026. He's also not on a thank you farewell tour where people are buying tickets to see him for the last time. So, but I just don't, there doesn't seem to be the appetite. I don't get the impression there's the appetite. Don't get the impression that there's the appetite to actually go in that direction at this stage. So, not expecting it. But Seb said, for you, what is the thing you get excited about for Survivor Series? For me, it would be if Randy turned heel and attacked Cody. Yeah, I'd like that. I would like that. I would like Randy to come down and start that feud. I mean, if we do heel Randy, babyface Cody for next year's WrestleMania, I'll be really pleased with that. And then Gunther against... Imagine if you do... imagine if we could get an Elimination Chamber, CM Punk dropping the title to Sami because of Roman, right? Roman distracts, Sami gets the win, Sami is the champion. That means we have to do World Heavyweight Champion Sami Zayn defending against Gunther. It means that CM Punk's got an issue with Roman, so they face each other. And then you do Cody Rhodes versus heel Randy Orton. So that works. I know Seth is not in the equation, but Seth's out with an injury at the moment. So we'd have to find a way of fitting him in. Maybe he could come back and do an open challenge again or something, just like he did at WrestleMania 38 and Cody came back. What if he does it at WrestleMania 42 and Jericho comes back? Imagine that. Jericho's music hits and Jericho comes down and we do Jericho Seth. Jericho Seth would be amazing. Cody against heel Randy would be amazing. CM Punk Roman, I think, is the match most people are looking at. Would be amazing. And then that's how you would have the Sami situation sorted. And that's how you would capitalize on Gunther. I don't think Sami needs a long reign. I would be perfectly fine with Sami dropping the title so quickly. He could win it at the Chamber, Elimination Chamber in a title match. And then drop it to Gunther. Gunther could be the Rumble winner. So Gunther retires, he doesn't retire John, but, you know, let's use that verbiage. Retires John, the last opponent for John. Then he wins the Rumble. Sami gets an opportunity against the fighting champion CM Punk, who wants to give opportunity out. Sami gets the belt. So Sami ticks the box of being a world champion. The only problem Sami's got is he's got to face Gunther at WrestleMania in a WrestleMania rematch. Because don't forget, it was Sami that beat Gunther for the Intercontinental title. And now we're going to do in a banger. And it was a great match. Now we're going to do Sami Gunther again. But this time it's a world title. And it's Sami that's having to defend his belt. And I'd have Gunther go over, which would be fantastic. Because Gunther is... the only downside with that is that you're putting the World Heavyweight belt on Gunther, not the WWE. That's the only downside, isn't it? I wonder, though, if I could get Gunther to the WWE by SummerSlam. Unless you have Gunther win the Rumble and go after Cody. But then you can't do the Randy thing, can you? Yeah, do you know what? There's a lot of pieces. And... there's more pieces, there's more like wrestlers that you want to use than matches that are available, really. So I think the truth is someone's missing out somewhere unless you do like a triple threat, but I'm not crazy on doing that. I'd much rather just do singles matches personally. I know we have had some really good triple threats though in recent years. We seem to have really cracked it. But even so, I would much rather do a singles match rather than do like Gunther, Randy, and Cody, you know, as a triple. I wouldn't really want to do that. Interesting, though. Why was Liv not in the WrestleMania ad, said Alex. I don't know. I thought she was. I thought she was there. I thought Liv was one of the people on the street. So, yeah, interesting. Well, I can only put it down to her injury. But you'd think that they still would have reached out to her to have used her. So, yeah, that was the surprise to me as well. David said the first ever Elimination Chamber was amongst the most biggest matches to ever be invented, says David. Fish Snake, shout out to you, buds. Roscoe said, do we watch on Netflix? Yes, it's going to be a bit bumpy tonight, isn't it? Because we're going to have to keep stop-starting and everything. It's going to be a bit bumpy. Evangelist Jacob said, do we think Jay will hold another title before he retires? Yeah. I don't know which one. I mean, will he get back to being a world heavyweight champion? I mean, that's certainly going to be his aim. Feels like he's a little bit away from it, to be honest, but a lot will be dictated by Google searches, merch sales. You know, if you make yourself undeniable, then... you know, like they just can't ignore you. Like that's what happened with Daniel Bryan. I don't know where Jay is in regards to that. We know that he's got his entrance, the yeet in and all of that, the merch. He's got a great connection with the kids. I mean, if that movement continues and, you know, is delivering good numbers, then I've got to think that that's going to keep him around the top end of the card for a little while longer. He really needs to work this out. Like, there's too many times during his matches where there's, like, really sloppy moments. And I don't know if it's conditioning. I mean, he's never been, like, you know, a sloppy wrestler. He's always been, like, good in the ring in a tag team. I just think that it's a big change. I think it's a really, really big change to go from a tag team to being a singles wrestler. I think that... for him as well, because I don't know if he did much singles in his career. A lot of wrestlers like Brett and Sean, they started out as singles wrestlers. You know, Brett worked up in the Canada territory, his dad's territory, Stampede, and did a lot of singles work. Sean was doing a lot of singles work in the territories. When they come into WWE, they, you know, are in a tag team. So Sean's with the Rockers, Brett's with Jim the Anvil as the Hart Foundation. But they had plenty of experience of being a singles wrestler, right? So that meant that they did a few years in tag team. And then when that ends, they go back to being singles. Might have been a little bit of an adjustment period, but, you know, they're fine. With Jay and Jimmy, I genuinely don't know if they have that kind of experience of being singles wrestlers before they became the Usos. Because they were the Usos from the very beginning when they came into WWE. And it wasn't just a couple of years they were together. Like, they were together for, like, over a decade. Like, it's a long, long time that they were in a tag team. And I think Jay coming out of that, I think it's a big change. And I know that people can go, well, Sean did it and Brett did it. But I've just explained why it's a bit different for them compared to Jay and Jimmy, right? And I think that it has been a big adjustment. I think his conditioning, his cardio, he gets gassed out a lot more. I think when he gets tired, I think he gets sloppy. And I think that, you know, in the past he could have tagged out. Now he can't. And so I think that there is something to that, which is just resulting in his match quality being poor or poorer than it should be. And some of those botchy moments, some of those sloppy moments occurring. I mean, the guy's out of puff by the time he's done his entrance. So, I mean, before the match even starts, he's not in a good place. So, you know, the guy's trying to get his breath back so that he can then do a match. So, I mean, there's big questions around the cardio, the conditioning. I don't know. I mean, is he doing the work on that? Is he putting the work into that? Like, what's the gym work that's being done? I don't know. Where's his mind at? Where's his mindset at? You know, when I think about Jay, and I don't want to be disrespectful here at all, but when I think about Jay, I don't necessarily think about someone that is moving mountains to achieve his dreams. I don't think he's got the same drive as Ilya Dragunov, you know? Ilya Dragunov is, I mean, if there's a weight in the gym, he's picking it up, right? If there's anything that can be lifted, moved, pulled, just, you know, he is doing it. Like, he is just so focused on being the best version of himself. And I suppose I'm questioning, is Jay doing that? Because the truth is that WWE is scripted, it is predetermined, but you do still need to have certain attributes to make it to the top. It's not just that anyone can get there. Like, there's a reason why people get there to the top, and there's a reason why people don't. And, okay, favoritism definitely plays a part, right? Of course it does. But it's not just that. It's not just you're my favorite, I'm going to make you champion. Like, you've got to have the attributes required. And one of those attributes is that when the bell rings, you're going to put on a really good performance. You're going to entertain the crowds. In order to do that, you've got to have a certain amount of conditioning to be able to deliver those performances. So I in regards to Jay, do I think he'll win another title? Yeah. It might be a tag title, might be a mid-card title, but I think he's a big star, right? Who's made a connection with the audience, and the yeet stuff's got over, and the hand gestures got over, and the live crowds love him, and everyone loves him. I love Jay, right? He's a lovely guy. He comes across as a really nice bloke, like a really good guy, right? He's got a family, and he's just likable. He's just a likable guy. We're all rooting for him. But that doesn't stop me from questioning, is he moving mountains? Just like how we're seeing other people moving mountains, like, say, Ilya, or, you know, I really think that Sami is someone that's doing everything he can to try and get that world title as well. I think that that's probably a bit of work that Jay could focus on. So, I don't know, we'll have to see. World titles, they can return to Jay, but there definitely needs to be some changes. That's probably the nice way of wording it. Scottish Chris, shout out to you. Said, hope you're well. And you, buds, shout out to you. Paul said, why has Becky been complaining so much since she lost the IC title? And now that AJ Lee is back? Well, it's her character, isn't it? So her character is one that complains, and to be honest, she has got a reason to complain, because if you go back and watch the first match between her and Maxine, when she's on the outside, the ref does count fast. She's not making that bit up. The ref is like 7, 8, 9, 10, ring the bell. Like, it's really weird. I don't know why Ref Jess did that, but if you watch the match back and watch that bit back, she does count fast. She does, like, she keeps this consistent count, and then 8, 9, 10 just gets really quick. I don't know why. The other things that happen after, in regards to Ref Jess, I think are not really anything. I think there was one where Becky claimed that she got punched in the face with a closed fist. That should be a DQ. It's like, Jesus, that happens in every match. Closed fists get used in every match. So no match wouldn't end in DQ. So I think that kind of ruling went out the window a long time ago. So that one I'm not too bothered by. But, you know, at this point, Becky's just got to be in her bonnet. She just thinks everyone's out to get her. And then, of course, you know, she only lost that match to Maxine because of AJ coming down and distracting. So you can understand why she's upset at AJ, because she's just lost her Intercontinental Championship. I can understand why she's upset at Jess, more so for the first one with the quick count, because it definitely was quick. But I don't know that Jess necessarily did anything wrong after that. But I think at that point they just don't like each other. So yeah, she's just kind of ranting and raving and giving out nicknames, Donald Trump style, to wrestlers, and you know, it's she's quite entertaining, I would say, Becky, when she's in this mood. So I am enjoying her work at the moment. Matt Pete Oos, shout out to you. Connor said, do we know if Bronson, Brock, Drew, Logan, they're favourites for the men's War Games? Do we think might happen between Rome and Cody Punk if they lose? Well, I mean, just the turn. I mean, I think there could always be fireworks between Roman and Punk. I don't know what Cody might try and play Peacemaker, but he might get laid out by Jay if Jay turns. I mean, that would be a really fun way for the show to end. And that is the exact reason why I'm tuning in. Because I want those moments, you know? I want a turn. I want issues. I want it so that Survivor Series feels like, yeah, that was worth watching. We've really moved some things forward here. That was worth watching. And honestly, I don't think the results matter. Which is wrong, really. But I just don't think they necessarily matter. I don't think it matters as to who wins. The only thing is, like you said, if the heels win, is that the final thing that just pushes some of these baby faces over the edge? And is that the thing that, like, you know, makes Jay turn, makes Roman and CM Punk kind of come to blows? But, you know, actually repercussions from the results, I don't think are gonna matter. There's nothing built into that show, you know? So we've just got to hope that they've got something juicy planned. This is why I said earlier, if we get a match that's okay and a team wins and then the show ends, I'll be the first to say that sucked. That sucked. That was skippable. You didn't do anything. I could have read the result. I tuned in to see a turn, to see some dirty looks, to see some drama, to see some fallouts. I'm tuning in for that. That's what I'm tuning in for. So if we just get a normal match and then there's a result and that's it, I'll be like, rubbish. For a big show in front of 40-odd thousand people, our final major show of 2025 in what has largely been regarded as a pretty bad year, you've got an opportunity here because you lot have just booked some really interesting stuff, right? A lot of what we've spoke about has come from you guys. So, you know, you lot are coming out with some really good stuff that I would like to see, of people turning and dirty looks and... CM Punk stopping Roman going to the ring, just like how Roman stopped Punk last year. Those kinds of things are the things that I'm looking for, that I'm excited for, that I'm genuinely, you know, going to be looking forward to tuning in for. We, as wrestling fans, we want to see the stories really taking some steps forwards. You know, you never want to really tune into a show and not really much develop, not really much happen. You always want to tune in and see some big steps forward so that you feel like you didn't waste your time. And that's what we're looking for tomorrow. So I'm very hopeful that we will get stuff like that. Let's go down. Daze, would we be all right in 2026 if they go easy with Gunther? Maybe he beats Jericho at Mania. Then in September, Gunther wins Money in the Bank and cashes in for the W. Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. I think I've got a bit more patience than the average WWE fan. I don't really feel like it needs to be everything now, and I think years of watching WWE have kind of made me that way, because I understand that a lot of it is in the chase. Someone actually put that point to Dave Meltzer, and Dave Meltzer was like, there's been some amazing title runs as well, though. So Dave was kind of like... He wasn't disagreeing, but he was like, that's not a reason to not pull a trigger. But what I would say is that wrestling traditionally tends to like to take its time. And, you know, the old saying is that the money is in the chase. So I'm okay with Gunther being that sort of shark that's swimming around, lurking around. What I don't want for him, though, is like 50-50 booking. So if he's John Cena's last opponent... and then does, I don't know, Jericho at WrestleMania, he's got to beat him. And I want that to be a really interesting feud. I don't want his aura to go backwards. Like, I want us to just keep building, make him seem like the baddest man on the planet. Which I think we need to change his robe. But make him seem like a legit badass. Make him seem like he's going to rip everyone apart. And it's like, if, make him seem like this generation's Brock Lesnar. He's different because he's not Brock, right? And he shouldn't try and be like Brock. But you want Gunther's music to hit, and you want everyone to know that a problem is here. That a problem has just arrived. That this is just... With Brock, it was just, ruthless aggression, really. He would get in there, chuck people around, scream to the camera. With Gunther, he doesn't really do that. He's more dignified. But he'll get in there, wait for the bell to ring, and then he will systematically tear you apart, limb by limb, break you down, and just put you away. And there is nothing you can do about it. And I want to see him doing that on some Raws. And I want to see him burying some people. I want to see him ripping some people apart. And I want to see him in a feud with Jericho, if that's what we do. And I want to see him go to WrestleMania. I want to see Jericho a bit nervous that he might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. And I want to see Gunther win. The only problem with doing Gunther Jericho is that I really think you have to go Gunther. It's full steam ahead with Gunther. If Gunther's going to be John Cena's last opponent, I don't think you mess around. You got to invest. Now is the time that you put all your money on him. And as a result, you kind of, really go big with Gunther. So, sorry, Jericho. If you face Gunther at WrestleMania, Gunther goes over, and we just build until we get to the point where he gets his title match. And if he cashes in, that would be disappointing because I don't think that really fits his character. But, if it gets him to the WWE title, then at least he's champ and he can then defend it. So it's not how I would book it. But if that's what they did, then okay, fine. Not what I would do, though, because I don't think cash-in for Gunther is Gunther's character. Gunther's character is dignity, coming to the ring, tearing you apart, systematically breaking you down. It's not running to the ring with a briefcase, is it? Like, that would be bad booking. But I could also see WWE doing that because bad booking is something they specialise in. So all I'd say is he'd come down, he'd cash in, at least he'd be champ then, I'd imagine, and then let's go. So not the direction I would go, but I'm okay with it not pulling the trigger at WrestleMania and leaving it later in the year. Dal Jr. said, Daze, if WWE gets back on track at making good, consistent shows like they did in 2023, 2024, what will they? If they get back, how can they get consistent? I feel like this is a question we get quite often, and I think it's one that we kind of all know the answer to. And it's you need to have good promos, good matches, and you need to be developing good stories and moving them forwards. And it's that. I mean, it's easier said than done because anyone could sit in a room and go and say that and then just, thank you, done. I mean, I feel like everyone knows that answer. The harder thing is doing it. And actually, I think that's where it's a team effort. And I think that's where there's different elements of the team that have been underperforming, right? Mostly the creative, because I would say, look at the stories that we've been trying to tell first and foremost. And have they been good enough? And I would say no, right? I would say no. I'd say the creative, before the wrestlers even arrive, is wrong and faulty. The John Cena heel turn, never thought that was the right thing to do, right? And we don't even need John Cena to walk into the room for me to know that is not the right thing to do in 2025, okay? So I can point to that and say no. I can point to the lack of stuff we've given Cody, and we've had this conversation many times. Cody doesn't even need to walk in the room to even try and start having a match or doing a promo. I can look at the creative and go, that's just not good enough. It's just not, there's nothing there to get your teeth into. Like, it's boring. It's flat. Even Dominic kind of had a little of a moan about the creative from the past, because Dominic said that Dominic said that he was just Rey Mysterio's son, and that was boring. So even Dominic was kind of going off on how he was presented when it was just him and Rey, and they were baby faces. And he was like, there was nothing there, was there? There was nothing to get excited about. I was literally just Rey Mysterio's son, and that was it. So I think that it's true. There's a lot of stuff that's quite bland and like creatively not very exciting. And so that is wrong. But then equally, they write down matches, okay? If you work in creative, your job isn't so much to ensure the matches are great, okay? Your job is to build the story so that we get to the matches. When we get to the matches, it's the wrestlers and the producer that have to make sure the matches are great, okay? The wrestlers and the producer. So creative just set the framework. We then get to the match, and then it's down to the wrestlers. It's down to the producer. Probably Triple H has got some involvement in that as well, of course. But that's, okay, time to deliver the match now. And I think we can say consistently in 2025, the Raw matches have not been good enough. The SmackDown matches have not been good enough. That's not a creative issue. That's not a creative issue. That's that for whatever reason, the match quality this year has just been very underwhelming on the TV shows. There is a theory that it's a lack of house shows that has played a part in that. There is a theory that the fact that we're not doing as many live events means that people are a bit colder. They're not getting as many reps in. They can't work things out on the live circuit that they can then bring to TV. You know, if you worked live events, you could do a few things with your opponent and work on a few little spots and then bring them onto the TV show, and then, you know, that add to the match. Whereas now you don't get to do that because we don't do live events. So you're not getting as many reps in. You're not working out as much stuff in advance. You're coming in a little bit colder. You're coming in a little bit less prepared. And there is a belief that the reducing of live events has resulted in the TV matches getting worse. So I think that's another issue that I actually think is going to be a little hard to work out. That's going to be difficult to change, to improve. I mean, there's just going to have to be a real effort in the producers bringing more to the table. I mean, you're going to need to work harder at the matches than you've done before, because before I think the wrestlers could bring some stuff. I think actually what we're seeing now is maybe some talent that were next in line as well. So that's another thing, isn't it? You know, back in the day, you'd have Sami, you'd have Kevin, you'd have Seth, you'd have people coming into the business that had all this indie experience. So they had a lot of tricks up their sleeve, lots of things that they'd tried whilst working indie shows. Now you've got next in line talent who only know what they've been taught. Like they come in completely from zero, right? Their experience level is zero when they walk into the PC. We train them up. We get them to a good level, like Tiffany, yeah? So we probably get them to a 70, right? Or something like this, right? Experience 60, 70 level, right? They then go on to the main roster. They do what they know, but they can't do any more than that because they don't know any more than that. And I think that is an issue with Tiffany. We've seen everything she's got. And I think it could also be a problem when it comes to the likes of Lash Legend, because what's Lash Legend got in her bag of tricks that we haven't seen? I don't think she's got much. You know, no offense to Lash Legend. I think she got moved up because she's a big girl that's got some size, right? She's tall. She's about the same size as Nia. And but actually, like, match quality wise, she can work at a pace. I've seen her have some decent matches. I've seen Tiffany have some decent matches. But there's going to come a point where you're like, I've seen this. I've seen all this. Like, the matches are just going to be very similar. There's not really going to be too much that's going to really get you invested, because you've seen a few bits and that's it, you know, just... I don't know. There could be some in the whole next in line thing as well. meaning that there isn't as much experience to, lean back on. And also, gotta say, Seth made a comment. He made a lot of comments, but he made a comment in that interview where he said about how there's a lot of wrestlers that are really not in this for the love of wrestling. They're in it for a paycheck. And so, again, how much are those people, if that's what Seth believes, and he must be basing that on something, yeah? Must be basing that on something. How much are those people pushing themselves to try and learn and improve? And again, is that having an impact on matches? So if we're talking about next year, I do think the creative can improve. I think it's got to improve. The problem you're going to have is the match quality that's been so underwhelming on TV. I'm not sure that's as easy to turn around, because I think you've actually got a cocktail of reasons as to why that is where it is. Lack of live events, the kind of next in line talent coming through. But at the moment, that might not be the biggest of reasons, but it could be a factor in the future. And it, the lack of like indie talent that's coming through NXT. And we're relying more on some of that next in line that's got limited experience. And also maybe something to what Seth said about how there's certain wrestlers that just don't care and they're doing this for a paycheck. And I don't know. I mean, I would love, and I'm sure you would love, for the wrestlers to really want this and for this to be what they dedicate their lives to, and for it to be a passion, and they want to do the best for themselves, for the fans. And, you hear a lot about how Maxine, and I mean, let's not get into that conversation because I'll just flip him rant until the cows come home. But you hear a lot about how Maxine is putting the work in. And actually, what has started to happen for me is I hate that, right? Because she should put the work in, because she hasn't flipping done anything, right? She spent next to no time in NXT. She's had next to no stories and feuds or anything on the main roster. So if she wants to keep this job, she's going to have to put the work in, because she's got to improve somewhere, right? She didn't do NXT. Before that, I think she was a cheerleader. So if this girl wants to be on the WWE roster, yeah, you're going to have to put the work in, right? Excuse me for not applauding that, right? Excuse me for not falling over and thinking that's amazing, right? But the fact that people keep banging on about it has now actually started to make me question, is no one else doing this work? Is this being celebrated because no one else is doing it? Why is it that it's like hard work pays off? Hard work that we don't see, by the way. But apparently, like, she's doing a lot behind the scenes, as she should. But hard work pays off like it's something exceptional. Like it's something unique. Like it's something different. Like it's something that shouldn't just be the norm for all of them. Like, I don't know, man. To me, if you're on that main roster and you're a wrestler, you should be working on your promos, working on your fitness, working on your conditioning, working on your moveset. It's not like you get to the main roster and then you just, oh, that's me done, But the fact they keep banging on about the fact that she's putting this work in makes it seem like the others aren't, like she's doing something exceptional. Like she's doing something above and beyond everyone else. And actually, that's a bit of a concern, because with the lack of live events now, I could understand back in the day the argument we don't have the time. We'd get our reps in during the live shows, but they don't do that many live shows now. Seth said in that interview, we used to have to do 200 live events a year. We don't do anywhere near that now. It's like that used to weed people out. That used to get people out of the business, because you just could not keep up with the schedule if you didn't love it. But we don't do that now. And so now people can just take the paycheck. So, I don't know, man. I've got to tell you, there could be some bad eggs in the bunch. If this is like a football team, right? If this is like a football team, a European football, I've got to do it that way. I don't know NFL. But if this was like Man United or something like that, a lot of people, if Man United aren't doing very well, will look at the manager. And I think the manager in this regard is Triple H. He's the guy in charge of creative. right? He's the one that drives the direction that we're all going in, right? The stories and everything, who we're pushing. So, you know, of course, there's been a lot of criticism of him this year. But actually, I do think we need to look at some of the team. So if Man United have, you know, got some players that aren't performing, they'll get rid of them. And they'll bring in, like, better players, of course. I've got to tell you. I'm not naming names because I don't know, right? I don't have any names. But there is a very realistic chance that we have got a roster of people that are there, that are not putting in that work, that are picking up a paycheck, that don't really love this, and are just going to continue to just try and get by. And if that is the case, that is not going to improve next year. That is not going to get better next year. And I think it's up to Triple H, and I think it's up to Nick Khan to, you know, work with talent that they want to keep. And, you know, basically, if you don't meet the standard, then I think it's end of the road. That is not for me to call out any names because I don't know any, as I said. I'd like to think that's not true. But, you know, Seth made those comments the other day, which I thought were very interesting. And actually, if you tie them in with the match quality this year and actually how underwhelming TV has been, all of a sudden, it's not too much of a jump, is it? To go, well, if there are people that don't care about pro wrestling and they don't care about the product as much as others, I'm sure they still care and they want to do the best they can. But are they trying to better themselves? Are they trying to improve? And if not, would it not be better to give that spot to someone that is going to try and better themselves and someone that is going to try and improve? And as a result, you know, maybe then we could get the match quality back to a better place, the shows to a better place. Don't know, interesting. In NXT. Oh, hello, a little bit of a wobble. Yeah, so she wasn't in NXT that long. She didn't do many matches in NXT. She hasn't had loads of singles matches on the main roster. I mean, I think this year it was something like 12 singles matches this year. And I think most of them are on main event for, 4 minutes long, something like this. I mean, she's not been in these big feuds or anything like that. So she is someone that is having to put in the extra work just to get to a main roster standard, right? Just so that she is acceptable to use on TV in matches. Like, she is trying to get to that level, right? So what I will say is fair play to her that she's doing that. But that to me is a pat on the back. It's yeah, keep doing this. You're on the right track. Right? That's how I would treat Maxine. If I was Triple H, I'd be like, respect. I can see that you do want this. And I can see you're putting that work in. And honestly, the more you do, the more opportunity we're going to find for you. Because at the moment, you're not quite TV match ready, if I'm going to be brutally honest. But you keep doing this, and we can start giving you more opportunity, right? That's where Maxine is. Maxine, to me, is not, let's put a belt on her level, right? I honestly, I don't get it. I really don't get it. But actually, it opens up an even bigger concern if you start to think that we're rewarding that, right? That apparently stands out so much that we've given her a belt, right? And all of a sudden, you do start going, so other people aren't doing this. Other people aren't, putting in that kind of work. I mean, to be fair, she should do more than others because she's got more catching up to do than others. But are the others really not doing that much? I don't know, man. There could be some rot that has kind of really set in, but I'm only really trying to put a few pieces together. It's up to the wrestlers, isn't it, to really turn this around. Sometimes when we're talking about creative and saying, creative has been terrible this year, perhaps we do let off some underperforming superstars as a result. Perhaps we don't do you know what I mean, hold a few of them to the fire. And I ain't naming any names because I ain't got no name. I ain't got a single person in my mind as I'm talking to you. Yeah? I ain't named no names. I'm not saying that anyone should lose their job. I'm not saying anything along those lines. I'm just saying that WWE is a team. I think we go hard on creative. I think that that might not fix the match problem, the match quality issue. And I think that after hearing Seth's comments, where Seth was quite happy to throw his fellow wrestlers under the bus by suggesting some of them are there for a paycheck and not there for, you know, the love of wrestling, I don't think we need to tiptoe around having that conversation. If Seth's not going to tiptoe around it, why do we have to tiptoe around it, right? It says to me that there is an issue there, but without having more info, without being actually working backstage, can't really expand on that anymore. Glenn said, hello, where can we watch SmackDown? If you're in America, it'll be on USA Network. Internationally, it'll be on Netflix. So, starts in 45 minutes. Right. Leo said, talking of match quality, I saw someone post on X about, in a few years, why Jay's match quality has dropped so much, and it made me think. Okay. What did they say? I think it's something to do with the fact he's a tag guy and you put him back in a tag team. I think he's okay with Jimmy. I think it's more the amount you have to do as a singles. Like, if you're tired, you can't tag out, you know, and you're carrying a whole match yourself. It's a lot harder than half a match where, you know, you're in the ring for half of it and on the outside getting a breather. And I think, you know, he's probably used to going in, going hard, doing his spots and whatever, tagging out, getting that breather. And it's like, he's just so used to, like, over 10 years of doing that now. God knows how many times. Because, you know, during that time period, they were doing house shows as well. Lots of house shows, 200 odd dates a year. So, you know, he's done a lot of matches, thousands of matches as a tag guy. And now all of a sudden he's got to do the whole thing on his own. Like, that, it is a big shift, honestly. It is a big change. So I think it's something along those lines. But I'd be interested to know what that tweet says. Hannah said, I'm surprised that Santos hasn't appeared. Is it a case WWE rehire him so he wouldn't go anywhere? Would he appear tomorrow as a surprise? I don't think he'd be a very good surprise, to be honest. He's not the biggest of stars, is he? They didn't really build up his aura. I think there could be some truth to that, but I think that he is someone... There could be some truth in rehiring him so he doesn't go elsewhere. Yes, that's true. But it could also be that they genuinely regard him as being one of the best, kind of most... I think that if you have got a full face mask, I think that is a barrier. I think it's a real barrier for, like, fans connecting with you. I think a lot of the emotion that we have and a lot of the kind of body language we give off, facial expressions, things like that, it gets hidden if you've got a full mask on, right? So I think when it comes to Lucha Libre, there's obviously a lot of wrestlers that do have, like, full masks. There's a lot, though, that have partial masks. And I think someone like Penta and Rey Fenix, Dragon Lee, people like that, you can kind of see their reactions a bit better, right? But I think if you've got a full mask, it's a bit of a barrier. I think even if you've got a partial mask, it hides a little bit of the face, of course. So there's a little bit of a barrier there, but it is much, much, much better, right? Rey Mysterio, for example, right? I mean, the greatest masked wrestler, or one of, right? So I think the fact that he doesn't wear a mask at all, the fact that he is someone that is very charismatic, you know, I've seen him kind of as the leader of Legado down in NXT doing promos. And he's very good in a suit, being the leader. Very kind of, you know, you can tell he's got a bit of personality, bit of something about him. He speaks English as well. Yeah, massive, massive advantage. The fact that he can communicate to the crowds. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if for, they're looking at him and looking at the way that he can connect with an audience, if they don't feel that he is maybe one of the best sort of crossover lucha libre stars at their disposal, right? I don't know why they were about to let him go and then all of a sudden decided to up his pay. I don't know why that happened. That's very strange. It seemed to be because he was done, he was out, and then all of a sudden word came in, he'd been rehired and, he'd had a little bump in pay. I think it seems to me like he had a conversation with someone and maybe got a lot of frustrations off his chest. And whatever it was that was said seems to have changed their mind. And they seem to have found a vision, found a presentation that they think they could get some out of. I mean, maybe he said, like, you've got AAA now. I would be such an amazing asset for you guys. But, over the past 6 months, I've wrestled 4 times, once on main event, twice on SmackDown in meaningless matches, and then once in AAA. And I don't know if that's true, by the way. But the point is, if he's come out and said, I could be a major asset for you, like, and actually giving them some data about, numbers that he was doing in NXT, about the size of his fan base, about the kind of influence and impact he could have if he was used better, examples of how the creative was not correct, examples of what he wants to do, and maybe times he's gone to, talent relations and they've shot him down. But this is what I've always wanted to bring to TV. If you can get behind this with the AAA merger and everything, I think we've got something pretty major. If he could find a way of getting Triple H to buy into whatever he was selling, then first of all, respect. I mean, that would be amazing, and I would love to hear more about that, right, if that's what he's done. Because for him to be let go and then all of a sudden he gets brought back on higher pay, it could be that they decided, oh no, that's too big of a person for us to give to AEW. Let's bring him back, right? It could be that. Or it could be that he's managed to have a conversation, sell the vision, and they've bought it and they brought him back. So I think he's on a bit more money now. I don't think it's loads more, but it's a bit more. And I think that they will use him. I think it's fine that we haven't seen him yet, because let's get the launch right. The launch is really important, because when he's back, we're up and running. Yeah. And none of us want him to come back and just then we'll book it as we go along. We don't want that. It's the same argument with NXT talent. No one wants someone called up and we'll just book it as we go along. No. Make sure you've got a proper story with weeks and weeks of creative plans, and then even an exit, and maybe even a bit of a long-term vision as to where we're going to try and get to, right? So, you want as much of it structured as possible. What's his graphics like? What's his entrance gear like? What's his nickname like? Has he got a hand gesture? Is there a catchphrase? Like, how much are you going to get behind this guy? What opportunities are you going to give him? What's the first kind of moment of success that he's going to enjoy? Is he going to be in Money in the Bank in 2026? Have you thought that far in advance? Is he in Elimination Chamber? How big are you going to position this guy? What's the world that you're kind of building around him? I mean, there is so much work that kind of goes in to all of this, There's so much stuff that you have to kind of consider, that I'm okay with not just bringing him back and shoving him on TV. Get all those elements correct. Hopefully, if he's sold a vision, we're really digging into that. And then, yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see where we go from there. So I think that there's probably a lot of good reasons as to why WWE would think he'd be one of the better, more successful crossover stars. I actually think they felt the same about Andrade. I think Andrade was probably in the same boat. He doesn't wear a mask. He's also quite charismatic. His English is not as good, but his match quality is arguably better than Santos is. So I think they probably looked at Andrade and hence they brought him back. But it seems like he had issues, doesn't it? Wellness violations, and, there's lots of rumors as to why they parted ways with him. So I think there was maybe some behind the scenes demons when it came to Andrade. and he ends up getting fired, right? But in regards to Santos, I don't think we've got any of those issues. So, plus also, another factor might be that Andrade went. I don't know when Andrade went. If Andrade's going, they might be like, oh my God, we can't get rid of Andrade and not have anyone. So, you know, could that have played a part in Santos coming back as well? Don't know. Timeline-wise, I'd have to look back at it and see how it all fits. Ober's accent really isn't his real accent. He's pulling a Kofi, but he definitely has a future, says T85. Joe said Ober deserves to be ready for the main roster. Sol Ruka was a D1 athlete, I think, in gymnastics. They recruited her and she is phenomenal, says BB Spooks. Well, I tell you what she's very good at. She is very good at innovation. I mean, because she's got a gymnastics background, she's trying to figure out how she can really bring those elements into what she does. I think she likes innovating, and I think that really works for her. The Soul Snatcher, for example, is amazing. I mean, what an absolutely incredible move. And she has kind of enjoyed coming up with that. And now she's trying to find different ways of hitting it. You know, I've seen her kind of run off an opponent to try and hit a Soul Snatcher, run off a partner to hit a Soul Snatcher. I've seen her come off the rope. Before, she used to exclusively just go in the corner to do the Soul Snatcher. But now she's trying to use other ways of getting to it. And her innovation continues. And, you know, this is where her kind of gymnastics and all of that kind of background like really comes into its own. The other thing as well is that she's been in NXT for quite a while now. And, you know, they're just working with her and she's getting all that training and all of that. I mean, just to touch back on the Maxine thing, so I can see you carry on another comment about Maxine, right? To touch back to Maxine has skipped that. She has not done that kind of Performance Center NXT, you know, being on TV, cutting promos, being in matches on NXT. I mean, if you go back to her history and have a look at like her NXT matches, next to none. I mean, she just did not have much time in NXT. She gets, I don't even know what happened, but I think she is a girl that is attractive. And I think she's a girl that's got a bit of a fun personality, okay? And I think that when it was time to figure out who should be Maxine Dupree, somehow, I don't know how, some way, she got chosen, right? Over anyone that was already on the main roster. It was her that was selected. The problem is you've completely skipped her development as a wrestler. You've taken her from NXT, where she's just starting. She hadn't really got on TV much. She was doing a little thing with Von Wagner, I believe, where she was in the crowds. But she wasn't, like, you know, involved in any stories or, you know, having regular matches or anything like that. She had literally, you know, she hasn't... Lainey Reed has done more than what Maxine Dupree has done in NXT, right? And so you took her very, very quickly to the main roster, and she's just had to try and find a way forward. So when I hear about all the work she's doing, I can only repeat what I said earlier. Yes, she should. She has to, because she is so far below everyone else on that main roster that it wasn't that long ago there was, you know, people in the crowd saying you can't wrestle to her, because it was very evident when she would try to have matches that she was very, very far below the standard, right? So, of course, at that point, you've either got to accept you're out your depth, or you got to work blooming hard to catch up. And she's worked hard, so you've got to say respect. But I do not understand, and I will never understand, why someone that is having to work hard just to get to the standard has been rewarded by giving her a championship belt over other people that have been at a higher standard than her for longer. Like, I don't understand. It's like she's working hard to catch up with everyone, and because she's working hard, we've given her a belt. And it's like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Honestly, it is one of my least favorite moments of the year. I just, it's been a couple of weeks now, and I still absolutely hate it. Absolutely hate it. So I'm not gonna rant about it. I'm just gonna let it go. But to me, we are rewarding mediocrity. You know, it's nothing about her. She could be anyone, right? But what I see is someone that is below the standard, working hard to get to the standard. And we've chosen that person to put a belt on. I just don't think it's a good look for the Intercontinental Championship. I don't think the way we went about it was a good look, because she only got it because of AJ Lee distracting. So she's a weak champion. I know there's an argument that that's why we've done it, because that's the story we want to tell, that we've got this weak champion. But I'm like, well, that's not great for her, is it? That's not great for her to present her as being a weak champion that doesn't. I mean, it's mental. This is mental. They are having to work so hard on social media so that people don't turn on this. There are so many people coming out saying she deserves this, hard work pays, and they're having to say that on social media because we don't see it on TV. She doesn't have TV matches. We don't get shown her working out. We don't get shown her training. We don't see any of that stuff. This is just a girl that, in my mind, is pretty low in regards to ability. And we've put the Women's Intercontinental Championship on her. It's crazy. It's just crazy. I mean, even if there is a lack of, say, women's talent on the main roster, because what you might say is, well, if it's not her, who would you put it on, right? So if there is then just call some people up. Just flipping call some NXT talent up. Flipping, there's people in Evolve that are further along than Maxine Dupree. Do you know, I genuinely, and I am not lying, I am telling the God's honest truth. I swear on my family, I think Kendall Gray is further along than Maxine Dupree, right? In regards to ability. I swear to God. I think I have seen a good few Kendall Gray matches now that have seriously impressed me. And she is, or was until the other day, the Evolve Women's Champion. So, you know, if you kind of frame it that way, I think people can understand why my mind is blown that we have put the Intercontinental Championship on Maxine Dupree when I'm sitting here watching people in Evolve that I think are better. You might put it on Kendall. Might as well. Do you know what I mean? Given she could be Intercontinental. At this rate, give her the world title. Blimey now. Do any of the titles mean anything anymore? I said I wouldn't rant. I'm over it now. Aaron said, that's how I feel about Raquel. It's so bad, but they be glazing. Well, I mean, look, we've all got our frustrations, and that is just one that has really frustrated me. And I do feel a bit bad about it, to be honest, because it's not her fault. None of this is her fault. So it's not her that I've got the issue with. You know, I understand how we've ended up where we've ended up. It's not her that I have the problem with. It's just she constantly is getting put in these situations. She was the one that was took out of NXT way too quickly and put on the main roster. Not her fault. What can she do about that? Work hard. Brilliant. What else can you ask? Yes. Work hard. Catch up with everyone else. Yes. Brilliant. Brilliant. Great work. Right? So then what do? Let's put a belt on her. Why? What? What? Why? Why are we doing that? What do you mean? What do you mean put a belt? What do you mean? She's trying to catch up with everyone else. What do you mean? What do you mean? So that's not her fault either, is it? Someone's come at her and gone, we're going to put a Intercontinental Championship on you. And she's going to, what do you think she's going to say? No. She's going to say, oh my God, this is a dream come true. I can't believe this. Of course she is. And of course she should. But still doesn't flipping mean I've got to like it. So, yeah. But as I said, I'm not ranting about it. I'm over it. Aaron said, Dupree got the belt for working hard, but Drew literally carried WWE with no crowds and never got his run. Honestly. I honestly... Well, I'm not ranting about it, so it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. It does open up a kind of can of worms with all of that. It does open up another can of worms as well, though, because it really seriously got me thinking about title runs that I didn't like, that didn't feel like the person deserved them. And I was kind of, to be honest with you, I was struggling a little bit to come up with names. And I was thinking I really should be able to come up with names for people that have won belts that really didn't deserve them. And the only name that could come to my mind was Jinder Mahal, who, and maybe Great Khali, because Great Khali clearly was just not, it couldn't even move very well, right? But the thing with Great Khali is you can understand what they were trying to do. You can understand that he's a flipping monster, that they were just trying to get something out of. We ain't going to get much out of this guy, but let's bring him in. Let's have him mark the Undertaker. Let's present him as a monster, and let's just try and get out of this guy what we can, right? And you can sort of understand why that was not so much about trying to build someone or anything. It was just about, let's bring this guy in, shock and awe, and let's put get him to a world title and, try and make him seem as legitimate as quickly as possible. Because, to be honest, the longer we take with Great Khali, if we had slowly built him, you'd have seen through the facade real quick. You didn't need to watch too much Great Khali, did you, to know that he was really, struggling mobility-wise. So I sort of get the Great Khali one, like why we put the world title on him to, again, try. That wasn't Khali elevating the belt. That was very much the belt elevating Khali. That was very much like, no, this is a threat. This guy is you've got to believe in him. So I can sort of see an argument for Great Khali not really deserving it. But I can also sort of see what we're trying to do there. In regards to Jinder, I sort of feel like him getting that championship was for us to try and break into India. I saw an interview with him recently where he said that's not true. We weren't trying to make moves in India. That's not why I won the belt. I would say if they gave him that belt and it was nothing to do with trying to break into India, then that is definitely a name that didn't deserve it. Definitely, right? We went from 0 to 100 with Jinder Mahal. But I was always under the impression at the time that we were trying to make moves in India, and that's why we had kind of put an Indian, heritage guy on top so that we could, try and appeal to the Indian market. But I did see an interview with him the other day saying that, no, that wasn't the case. So I don't know. I'm kind of left a little bit confused on that one. So it did make me think the other day about like champions from the past that didn't really deserve to be champions. And I was kind of drawing a bit of a blank, honestly. I think that'd be a really interesting opinions video. But equally, I have to be a bit careful on these subjects because, believe it or not, I genuinely, even though we've just spoke for about an hour going off on the wrestlers, right? I'm genuinely not, I don't want to be down on the wrestlers, right? I think that, they do what they can and they all want to do their best. But I did think that Seth's comments about how some are there, not for wrestling, but for the paycheck, was very interesting. And I don't know any names that relates to. So, I know we had a bit of a moan about some wrestlers, but we didn't name anyone. And then in regards to Maxine, yes, I will have a moan about us putting the belt on her. But I have also been clear in saying it's not her fault, I don't blame her personally. I blame creative for putting her in that position. But, I really don't like it. It's one of my least favourite moments of the year. But yeah, let's kind of see where all of that goes and where that plays out to. I don't remember quite how we got on that subject. So I'd love to revisit the initial point. But as I said, I'm not ranting about it, so it's fine. Khali reminds me of a 7'3" basketball player that just can't run up and down the court, said Joseph. Yeah, he was very limited in his mobility. And, as we said, that became more evident. He became a bit of a comedy character, the Punjabi playboy and whatnot. But you know, we tried to make him a threat at the beginning, and I get that. I understand that. It's actually genuinely one of my favorite WWE moments, is that Undertaker moment where the Great Khali is in the Rumble. So one of my favorite WWE moments actually features the Great Khali. He's in the Rumble. He's chopping everyone, right? Because that's all he could do. He's just chop down the person goes, chop down the person goes, chop down the person goes, right? I could probably watch it now and be a bit like, doesn't look very good. But honestly, at the time, you know, I was in a different headspace. You know, you're going back nearly, probably about 17 years. Oh, wait, is it? 09, something like this. Royal Rumble. And Carly's in there chopping people. Down they go. I think it was 08. And I remember, I think it was Jim Ross. It was like, who's going to stop the Great Khali? Can anyone stop the Great Khali? And we count down. It's number 30. The gong sounds. And it's like, mate, that moment where it's like, oh, here we go. Here we flipping go. I love those moments. Those moments where it's like, you know, someone makes a save, and it's not just like Cody running down, but it's like the return of something. You know, when Roman comes back, we haven't seen him for a while, and like, I don't know, one of the Usos is being beaten up, and then Roman's music hits. Like, it's a good feeling, that, isn't it, when someone comes back? And like in the Rumble, this was awesome. Great Khali was laying everyone out, and then it's like number 30, out comes Undertaker. And I remember Undertaker coming out just looking badass. I remember him coming out looking just so focused, so dialed in, so badass. And you're like, mate, this is going to be so flipping good. This is going to be so... I love that moment. That moment, I don't know why, it just always stuck with me. I'm an Undertaker fan anyway, but that moment just always resonated with me. I just really love it. So it's funny, actually, that the Great Khali is one of my favorite... Not my favorite moment, but if I was doing a countdown of, say, top 100... that moment's definitely featuring somewhere in a top 100 list. I flipping love it. I used to rewatch it quite a bit as well. Just the setup and everything was great. The commentary was great. The moment, the looks, everything about it was just perfect. Really love it. Really love it. I think that was 08, said Joseph. That was horrendous as far as wrestling, but there was a lot more comedy back then. Joseph, shout out to you. I remember when Taker returned as American Badass, Unforgiven. I think it was Judgment Day. That's one of my favorites, says Corrupt. Yeah, that was good as well when he came back. Different vibe. Taker 1990 said, Daze, Charlotte was heavily booed until WWE put her with Alexa. Therefore, Charlotte turning heel on Alexa is not a good idea. Plus, Charlotte and Alexa need to get payback on Nia and Lash. Thoughts? I think that one is going to turn on the other. I think we will get a feuds. I think that if the crowd boo Charlotte and she's a heel, don't get the problem, and that's what you want a heel, is to be booed. I think Charlotte's a natural heel. I think she's someone that's easy to dislike, and I don't think that people disliking her is a problem. I think what was a problem was that Charlotte has been through a lot recently, and I actually don't think she's in a very good headspace, or wasn't, right? And I think WWE did... I'm actually going to say, if I was to do a top 5 things that I hated about this year and the top 5 things that I liked about this year, the things I would say that I've liked about this year is the way that we have booked Charlotte after WrestleMania. Whether she deserved to be booked that way or not is debatable, right? Because I thought the way she acted in the feud with Tiffany was very unprofessional, right? I think that she was feeling, this is just me personally, I think she was feeling threatened. I think that I can understand that. I think that she had been out with injury for quite a while. And I think that she was coming back at the Rumble, going into a feud with Tiffany. And I think Tiffany is young, blonde, attractive, does a moonsault. It's not very hard, is it, to look at Tiffany and go, oh, you're the new me. You're the new updated version of me. Attractive, blonde, athletic, does a moonsault. Okay. I mean, okay. So if you're here to take my spots and you think I'm just going to like go, there it is. I mean, no, that's not how this is going to go, right? I think that Charlotte got into that mindset. I don't know that she did. I'm only giving you my theory. I think she got into that mindset. And I think there was like, you know, that sit down promo where she made it a little bit difficult for Tiffany, right? And we said during that promo, like it felt off and it felt a bit awkward and it felt like Charlotte had kind of just leaned on Tiffany a little bit, right? Like when Tiffany was like trying to come back with some, Charlotte jumped in and didn't really give Tiffany room to deliver her lines. And I think, you know, maybe knocked Tiffany off track a little bit in some places. And, you know, this is a girl that's not been on the main roster that long, that's, you know, doing a program towards WrestleMania with her hero. And, you know, all of a sudden you get in knocked off track and, you know, all of a sudden you're in a situation where you're like, hang on, well, this isn't how we kind of rehearsed it. And I think that sit-down interview then meant that the next week, Tiffany was like, claws out. If you want to fight, if you want this to go off tracks, I will be ready for you. And I think that's where we get to that infamous promo where they're, you know, going off on each other. I think there was tension in the air, a bit of bad blood from the weekends. Right, done. At that point, there needs to be a situation of what do we do with Charlotte now? What now? What do we do now? You know, we've got this legend. What do we do with her? Because what just happened was a shiz show, right? And if we can't trust her to work with new talent, then maybe we're at the end of the road. I mean, honestly, that might have been a conversation that was had. If I was Triple H, I would sit down with Charlotte and I'd be like, this isn't you. What I've just seen over that feud with you and Tiffany, that's not you. I know that you've been through a divorce. I know that you've come back from a major injury. I know that your dad's had health problems. So I know that you've had a lot going on in your life. And I'm sure that you've come back and you're seeing the landscape changing, probably worrying about where you fit into this. Well, I can tell you, you don't need to worry about that. You're a legend here. And we'll always find room for you, right? You're a multiple-time women's world champion. You're one of the most recognizable females in the history of this company. You don't have to act the way that you acted. I think what we need to do is get you out of the fire. We need to get you into something a bit more fun, something where you can have some fun, something where you can, you know, not have to think about stuff, you know. Let's just get you away from the intensity of things a little bit. And we're thinking of putting you with Alexa and doing like a bit of a love-hate sort of friendship thing that we could have some fun with. And, you know, I think Charlotte obviously went for that. And, you know, we did it and it worked really, really well. Really, really well. But I don't think we should worry about going back to Charlotte being a heel because I think she's a natural heel. I just think that there was a lot of stuff that's gone on while she's been away. I think that there's also, you know, the Tiffany feud which happened, and I think that's why things happened the way they happened. But I think she's a natural heel. It's something that she can always go back to. If the crowd boo her, who cares? She's a heel. And she just needs to be in a better headspace, really, behind the scenes. She just needs to be in a better place to kind of be able to be that person again. I don't think, because of a few things that have happened, that she was quite there earlier this year. If she gets back there, though, Alexa Charlotte as the heel, you could do that at WrestleMania. There's always going to be feuds. So, you could go after Nia Lash. You could leave it. I mean, it might be that you do that feud and actually they don't get the better of that feud. And as a result, that's what means that one turns on the other. It could be that it's Alexa that turns on Charlotte and you just try and keep Charlotte as a babyface going forward. You could absolutely do that. I don't know. I mean, it's really about which direction you want to go. So you don't have to turn Charlotte. You don't have to turn Alexa. You don't have to turn either of them. You can do what you want, really. But I don't think too many people would be surprised if you said to them, WrestleMania next year will be Charlotte against Alexa. I don't think too many would be surprised at that. And the only problem is if you turn Alexa, then she's a heel. And I don't know what that means with her and the Wyatt Six, because it does feel like she's going to join that group eventually. So if she's going to be a heel and she's going to join them, then does that mean that they are going to be heels? Because I don't even know what they are right now. Because they've been heels, but now they're about to go into a feud with the MFTs. And so, what does that mean? What does that mean? So, yeah, that whole thing's quite messy, isn't it, to be honest? Let's not get into a conversation on the Wyatt Six. Let's not go down that road. Right. Let's try and do... How long we got? 10 minutes? Can we do a 10-minute speed run? Hunty said, I hate these pre-tape shows. I want to watch live so that I can see Brock Lesnar slip and fall. Absolutely. Sai said, what do we think about men and women's Survivor Series? Who do we think will win? I think it's going to be the heel men, and I think heel women, honestly, is what my gut tells me. But then I look at the odds and it says it's the babyface women. So I'm just going to trust in the odds. She tried to call the Popo, but they had no evidence, says no to technology. Kaz, hello. Kelly, hello. Benny said 10 minutes. Why can't both of them join the Wyatt Six? I think that'd be a bit too bloated, to be honest. Plus also, I don't really feel like we need 3 women in the group. I mean, you could have them in the Wyatt Six if the women break away. So you had Nikki, Alexa, Charlotte as a group, and you had the men as a group, and you had them as 2, maybe one goes to Raw, one goes to SmackDown, and you did something like that. That could work. But as a complete unit, I mean, we're struggling to get them all showcased as it is. I mean, even in its current form, we are struggling to get Rowan, in a ring, Nikki in a ring, promo time. I mean, Nikki might as well not be there, to be honest. I don't think she wrestled a match. I don't think Nikki has wrestled in 2025. Rowan has done very little. We've really focused on Dexter, and we've really focused on Gacy. And the others have just sort of been standing in the entranceway. So I think it's a real shame. It's hard because the truth is, when it comes to the Wyatt Six, they probably get a segment. Yeah, they get a match, but they're not going to get multiple segments. They're not going to get multiple matches and multiple promo time and all that kind of stuff because there's other people that we need to feature. So the Wyatt Six are a group that are going to get a segment. And it is so hard to get enough promo time for everyone and to get everyone into a feud and get everyone a match. And, this is why you don't want groups being too big, because you just can't accommodate everyone. So I think if you put Charlotte and Alexa in, I think it's too bloated, way too bloated. That group is way too big. Who's going to stop them? I mean, you'd have to get a load of baby faces or heels together on the other side to join forces to try and even stop this group. There's no one you could feud them against unless you split them into 2 subgroups, the men and the women. But yeah, to me, that's too big. I think it's too big already. Erin said 2024 was golden. Becky, Charlotte. 2025 ruined a lot. Daze wants to know what's changed. Well, there you are. That is part of it, says Erin. Some super chat, says Trini. Thank you, Trini. Let's revisit. King Yeti said, it's been 2 years. Daze, how are you? Doing good, thank you. Just building towards this taped nightmare show that's coming up, which is going to be a nightmare with pausing and going and... we had a nightmare, didn't we, on Tuesday with NXT. It was quite frustrating. But, I mean, thankfully, once we're past this, then we should be pretty much past it until we get to Christmas. There is some tape stuff coming up around Christmas, which is understandable. Nick said, I think they've done Dupree a huge disservice. Well, I agree. The only thing I'd say is that they are working hard now to try and spin it. The propaganda is just insane. Absolutely insane. The amount of wrestlers that have posted, I'm so pleased for her, hard work pays off. You know, I'm sure they mean it. And I don't know if WWE have asked them to send it. They might genuinely just be, you know, I think she's a real likable girl. And I think she is someone that probably is asking for a lot of help behind the scenes. And I think that she is, you know, one of the good eggs that has really, you know, won a lot of the roster over. So I think a lot of them are probably genuinely happy for her. But they're not looking at it from a viewer point of view. They're not looking at it from a story point of view. They're not looking at it from a show point of view. They're just happy for their real life friend. They're just happy for the person that they go to work with, like, well done, you know? But for us that are watching the show, that never see Maxine on TV, never see her matches, never see her promos, you know, every time we do see her, her match scores are really, really low. And she is a girl that, you know, is working hard just to get to a standard. I mean, don't forget, this is a girl that's getting paid how many hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know? Of course, this is a job she wants to keep because she's getting paid main roster money, yeah? But she's not main roster talent, right? She's not to that standard. She's working to get to that standard. So I kind of think that a lot of people have come out in support because that's their friend. But that's not how I view it. She's not my friend. And so for me, I just look at the story. I look at the character. And I'm like, this doesn't make any flipping sense. This doesn't make any flipping sense. But, you know, we've got like CM Punk reacting backstage video clip that's been released. We've got Maxine doing an interview saying, I never thought a belt would be in my future. I'm so grateful for this. Do you know what I mean? They're really playing on the please just like Maxine vibe. Don't worry about the fact you've not seen any of her promos, or if ever you've seen her wrestle, the matches have been average at best, right? Forget all that. Just please like her as a person and feel happy for her, yeah? And it's like, no, actually, I don't. Her as a character, I don't think is someone worthy of a belt. So, you know, but again, I'm not going to rant about it. So, Nick, thank you. Camden, shout out to you, said, Daze, do you think there's a chance for Roman to turn on CM Punk and Cody Rhodes after WarGames to reunite the bloodline with the Usos, but as a heel faction? But there's a chance. I don't think we'll do it. Camden, appreciate the support, buds. I don't think we'll do it just because we've been there before. So I don't think there's like a need to go back to that. I know that the ratings could always do with an improvement, and you could make an argument that a quick fix would be to go back to the bloodline. But I don't think that's a very clever solution, because I think that what you want to do is build in new stars. It's funny, actually, because I was listening to a little interview with Dave Meltzer, and Dave Meltzer was saying that AEW shouldn't be going back to Samoa Joe because they've got people like Kyle Fletcher that's come through. And, you know, it shouldn't be, he's sick of hearing about how this person's the future, when what wrestling is in need of is some new stars now. And I was like, do you know, he does make a good point, actually, because we've got another WrestleMania coming up where it looks like the main event is going to be some mixture of Seth, Cody, Randy, Roman, Punk. It just feels like it's going to be another combination, some, you know what I mean, of them names. And it's like, yeah, it would be pretty cool, wouldn't it, if Gunther was up there, Javon Evans was up there, Trick Williams was around, some people want LA Knight up in the mix. And I think it's hard because, like, with WrestleMania, the way that you get people to tune in is you get people wanting to watch the big stars and the big names. So star power plays a huge part. So it's one of those where I sort of understand why you can't just do it, right? But equally, I also understand that just having the same names around the top end of the card all the time is very boring, repetitive. So, yeah, I thought that was some interesting comments from Dave Meltzer. I would like to see some new developments. And at the moment, I don't see much change apart from maybe Braun, Gunther, you know. There it is. I was just wondering where the show was, and they've just uploaded it. So you could go back, but I don't want to, honestly. I don't want to go back. I feel like we did that. It was a massive success, and we need to move on to whatever that next chapter in this story is going to be. Okay, I've got the start of the show. Then, now, forever, together. Boom. We know that SmackDown is not showing tonight. They're going to give you access, says Trini. Yeah, it's a video file tonight. So if you're on Netflix, then you have to click on SmackDown and go to the video file. So I've got a little thing saying last Friday. I got Rhea Ripley coming out. Okay, SmackDown is now on Netflix. Yes. It said available 28th, but I can't open it yet, said Hawks fan. Should load for you now. I've got it working. So, yeah, a lot of praise for the way they've done the whole Alexa Charlotte thing. I think the rehabilitation of Charlotte. Actually, you know, if you was to say to someone, can you get the crowd to cheer Charlotte, you would think that's a pretty big ask. Imagine at WrestleMania saying to someone behind the scenes, right, this is your job for this year. I want you to get Charlotte cheered. You'd be like, blimey now, how am I going to do that? But they did it. They managed to do it. So you got to say respect. I think the door is open for Maxine versus a returning Ivy Nile. Yeah, they confronted the other day backstage. Ivy was on the cusp of breakout. This could be her return program. They showed her backstage confronting Maxine. So they've all on Monday they sort of showed that there was Roxanne that was interested, there was Ivy that was interested. I mean, the truth might be that there's just not many babyface options at the moment, and Maxine was like one of the only babyface options. Okay, we're just looking at what went down on Monday with the teams. Do we think Solo and the MFTs are favourites to win the Survivor Series 5-on-5 elimination match? I don't care. I'm not bothered, mate. Yeah, it's really hard to care about a match that just has no meaning, doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, the build for it has been terrible. I just don't care. That's my honest answer. I don't care if the MFTs win. I don't care if Sami wins. I'm a big Sami fan. It's a nonsense, innit? It doesn't matter. It absolutely does not matter. Will the MFTs win? The problem is, because it doesn't matter, it actually makes it quite hard to predict. Because it doesn't matter. If I suppose you probably should go MFTs because they are a proper team, aren't they? So, you know, if the MFTs can't get past a thrown together group, a group that have never worked together before, then that's probably not good, is it? Okay, so LA Knight says that who's my opponent? Once again, you're going to face a mystery opponent. Every time I get something going, people want to cut my legs out. Do you know what? I do understand his frustration. If I'm honest. This tournament is starting to pee me off. That's a good line. I'm going to slap you back to factory settings. That was a good line. I'm going to slap you back to factory settings. Here's Jay. Okay, here's Jay making his way down. Now, this will give us an opportunity to see Jay going to open the show. Obviously doing his entrance. He's got a big match now against Rusev. Rusev's in pretty good form after being, I would say, quite rusty when he first returned. But I actually think he's in a good spot now. Got a load of kids around Jay, yeeting away. As Jay Uso is about to make his way down to the ring. So Jay against Rusev in the Last Time Is Now tournament, kicking off this week's Smackdown. Don't forget, we are around tomorrow for Survivor Series, and we are very much looking for any of those kind of moments that are going to really grab attention. We're looking for talking points. We're looking for things that are going to drive the story forwards. I don't really mind as to what they're going to be. I'll take anything, but we're really looking for stories to be driven forwards. So, Jay making his way down. Richard said, Daze, who do we think will face LA Knight tonight? And why isn't the Road to Rumble coming to Cardiff in January? No word as to why they've chosen the places they've chosen. I think... sometimes it's going to be availability, isn't it? I don't know if the arena is available. So sometimes it can be as simple as is the arena available for them to book. Wales, Cardiff is certainly a location that they like to stop at when they can. But yeah, sometimes it's just down to availability. Sign in the Crowd said, I stop watching wrestling on December 14th. So that person in the crowd is saying they're not going to watch anymore after John Cena has gone. In regards to LA Knight, who I know who he faces tonight. So I'm not going to make any comment on that. So yeah, unfortunately, tape show. So there are spoilers that have kind of done the rounds, unfortunately. So, wait and see. That's what I would say in regards to who he's facing tonight. Wait and see. So, Jay making his way down. So, Richard, shout out to you, but Gabriel said, SmackDown has apparently ended on Netflix for me. I'm able to fast forward and back freely. Have I missed something? It's a pre-tape show. They taped it after last week's show. So spoilers have been out there for the past week. So if you've managed to avoid spoilers, I'd say you've actually done very, very well. This is the only time that I could skip a Jay entrance because I've already got the full episode already, said Ninja. Enjoy it, buds. Enjoy it. Okay, he's in the ring and he's going to run it back. And there we go, Jay running it back one last time. Or one more time. Daze, Elite Rocks on Twitter has posted the spoiler. I've blocked that. Beep. Well, I just blocked because if I get Elite Rockers to me is someone that gets news and shares news, right? And if they want to share their opinions with that, that's absolutely fine. I share my opinions on here, right? But there are other people that share news that don't share opinions at the same time, and I just much rather go to them. So, yeah, for me, I long ago stopped using Elite Rockers. I'd much rather go to like a Wrestle Purists or someone else, but I don't wish them any ill will. But if they did just kind of put that sort of a thing out there, then that's a bit of a douche move. Okay, here's Rusev. Alex said WWE could have made such a cooler logo for this tournament. Jay Botcho against Rusev should be fun, said Corey. I had a scary thought, said Anna. I also yeeted last week, but they recorded back-to-back. He did a lot of yeeting. He might be extra tired. Sign in the crowd said 6-7. Let's go. I wonder when that joke runs out. I wonder when that meme is over. Okay, Rusev is in the ring, and thankfully his intro is not as long. Fun sign, that. I like that. So I'm going to stop watching wrestling on December 14th. Okay, let's see how Jay's going to do here, shall we? As we are underway. Mayor Pete said that meme was stupid from day one. Kieran said, what match are we looking forward to tomorrow night? John Cena's. I think, that's going to be special because it's his second to last match. And obviously after that, we've just got one last... It's mental, isn't it? It's mental to kind of get your head around. We've got just one last appearance. Technically, tomorrow is John Cena's last PLE because Saturday night's main event's not regarded as a PLE. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard to ignore that. Stephanie, Nikki, I'm sure will just be fine. It'll be watchable. I don't think it'll be bad, but it's not one that I massively am invested in. I just expect Stephanie to quite comfortably get the victory. I think the women's match will be interesting, worth a watch. Always good to see AJ Lee, of course. And hopefully we get something significant. But I think the one is the men's, because I think it's going to close the show. Oh, hang on. We're going to go to commercial break. And commercial. Okay. You're going to have to let me know when we are back from commercial break. As soon as we're back from commercial break, then I will hit play again. So, commercial break. Done. With your help, we can get through this, my friends. Right. Miscellaneous said, I've only seen things about wrestling since Raw. Becky and Seth on a show, and Cornette against Ricochet on X. So I haven't seen anything on Cornette and Ricochet. I could believe it, though. Interesting comments by LA Knight. Every time I start to get a little something going, someone wants to cut my legs out. Somebody wants to stack the deck against me. Somebody basically wants to make sure that I can't make the rise that I'm destined to make. I mean, it feels like a shot at Triple H, doesn't it? Those comments feel like they're aimed at Triple H. I mean, I'm guessing he has approved those comments. I can't imagine that he's just come out with them without, checking first that he can make them. But interesting comments to start off SmackDown. Taker said, I can't watch SmackDown. My internet's acting up. Mine's been a bit wobbly tonight, actually. I'm going to use my phone, says Taker 1990. Do we think that we could see Liv return? She could return, but I don't think she'd be in ring. I've heard that she is looking at 2026, maybe Rumble return. So she could come back and help Dominic, but she wouldn't be having matches. I think they'd just keep her as a bit of a supporter. Keep her on the outside the ring until we get to late January. But to be honest, they might just want to bring her back in the Rumble. Because you always want some sort of moment for the Rumble. Might not be the biggest surprise in the world, Liv Morgan coming back, but it'll be something, wouldn't it? So, Brock is left standing. WarGames, Paul Heyman, comes out and gives a nod to Cody. El Kaz said yes or no. Yes or no to what, buds? I don't understand why they don't let us on Netflix see the match continue during the ads, even if it is pre-recorded. Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps they've recorded it and got it ready for USA Network, chopped it up ready for the ads and everything. And, you know, basically the file that's left over has just been given to Netflix. So it's probably that. Obviously, Triple H can't do anything physical, but are they going to do Stone Cold versus Mr. McMahon story with LA Knight and Triple H? Maybe. Or it could be that he's referring to Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce could do something physical, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I think LA Knight's interesting because it is true that we do seem to be cutting his legs out rather than building him and investing in him. Breaks over. Okay, I've got bear hug. There's a sign in the crowd that says push Drew. So we've got a bear hug being applied at the moment. Rusev on Jay. So bear hug being applied at the moment. Gotta tell you, it feels a little bit quiet on social media. Normally there's like loads of activity and loads of things happening, but all feels a bit quiet at the moment. I'm thinking because maybe this is a tape show that like there's maybe a little bit less engagement in it or something. I don't know. Shot coming in there by Jay, driving Rusev back. Another shot there by Jay as Rusev goes down. Rusev on his feet, getting picked up there by Jay. Jay goes down. Rusev looking for that accolades. Jay, though, on his knees, trying to get up to his feet. Against the ropes goes Rusev. Top rope comes down. Rusev spills to the outside. Jay against the ropes. Suicide dive. And down goes Rusev. Down goes Rusev. So a suicide dive there by Jay. Rusev going back in the ring. Picking up Rusev. Samoan drop there by Jay. Going for the cover. 1, 2. No, just a 1 count. Rusev kicks out. I mean, the match is just sort of plodding along at the moment. He goes back to the corner. Rusev is down on his knees, getting up to his feet. Jay charging in, hits a spear, goes for the cover. 1 shot, kick out again there by Rusev. So Jay managing to kick out of a 1 count there. Jay going to the outside, climbing up. Mashka kick there by Rusev. 1, 2. Kick out by Jay. 1 count from a spear is crazy, said Corey. At least I can watch Survivor Series, says Dean. Should be good. We'll be around a good few hours before the countdown show tomorrow. Here's Rusev on his feet. Game over, says Rusev. Stomp to the back there of Jay. He's going for that accolade again. And the accolade is in. The accolade is in and Jay is fading a little bit.
He manages to get over against the ropes. Is that blood? Has Jay got a bit of blood coming out because of his earring? They just showed Jay and it looked like he's got his earring and then there looked like a bit of blood kind of coming down. Right now we got... This is for you, John. Right now, Rusev picking up Jay. And he's mocking John Cena. Against the ropes, no. Over the other side, Jay with a spear. Down goes Rusev. And I think Jay is looking to put Rusev away. Jay goes up, big splash. Uso splash connects. 1, 2. There we go. Jay picks up the victory in what felt to me like a very underwhelming match again. Didn't really grab me. It wasn't really around all that long, actually. It's a tape show, so perhaps they just wanted to keep it relatively short and sweet. Jay Uso advances. You're about 20-odd seconds behind. Wow. I pressed play as soon as I saw someone say that we were back. We'll fix it when we get to the next commercial break. So, Jay Uso advances. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. So, we've got an updated bracket. Jay will face the winner of LA Knight and The Miz. Okay, Jay on the outside of the ring. You can get your votes in for that match. Jay against Rusev. What did you think of the match? Okay, here's The Miz with Nick Aldis. Oh, it's being chosen at random. It should be me against John. Oh, here's R-Truth. Okay. Nice. R-Truth has got respect for British balls. You don't need my American balls. I think it's great how British balls and American balls can coexist alongside each other. That's what I'm thankful for. Okay, so you just couldn't take my balls. Unbelievable. So there we go. The Miz is going to be the replacement. Clever maneuvering from The Miz. What's she on about? He didn't do anything. Clever work there by The Miz to stand there and watch as his name got drawn. That's clever work. Good stuff. Good stuff, Miz. We got Damian Priest backstage right now. The tournament just lost all credibility, says Daryl. Oh, hello. Zelina. I'm not doing this for him. I'm doing this for you. Oh, there's Alistair in the background, just momentarily appearing. Here's Rhea. So we got Rhea and Damien right now. There's a lot of backstage things this week. I think the matches are probably going to be quite short, aren't they? Okay. Rhea's going to run an idea past... Oh, we got the championship celebration coming up next with Chelsea. Triple A said, Daze, how are you? Survivor Series getting a sold-out crowd. It's at 44,000 now. We both love WWE. Really happy, especially shutting down all the haters. WWE on top. Well, it's great news, isn't it? Oh my God, do I need to flipping need to pause this, don't I? I'm guessing that's commercial break again. Are we at advert break? Duran, thank you. Okay, so we're at commercial break. I've paused it. As soon as we're back, the second that we are back, let me know. Let me know. Yes, I agree. 44,000 for Survivor Series. Very, very good. Very, very good. Very pleased that they've managed to shift those tickets. Obviously, we would like to see the ticket prices coming down. So we'd like to see it be a case where we're not, like, you know, charging crazy prices. But I don't know, to be honest, when it comes to PLEs, I mean, I do think they are special. I do want them still to be affordable. But I'm a little bit more forgiving when it comes to PLE prices. And I don't give a flip. I've said before, front row, second row, I don't care. Charge $1 million a seat for that. I don't care. I care about the average family being able to get in. I care about the average kids that want to go, that, you know, are just from a normal households, that, you know, are feeling the pressure with everything that's going on. Like, can they get into the show? And I think that that's why it's important that the tickets for the seats a bit further back are at a very affordable price. And if that means that you've got to charge the front row, the second row, the third row, the fourth row, the fifth row, crazy amounts, do it. If you want the privilege of sitting in those seats, then you're going to have to pay for it, aren't you? And then hopefully that makes it cheaper for everyone else. Make your money off the floor and make all the other ones affordable. I think that'd be a really constructive model. I think that helps TKO make the money they want to make, but it also means that your average family can go in still. So, there is obviously still a conversation to be had around ticket prices, and I don't want to just like ignore that. But yeah, we're all really pleased to see that tickets are flying and that WWE are doing well. Because at the end of the day, we want WWE to succeed. I definitely want to see them succeed. I've been watching this company since the early 90s, and I know we do moan about it quite a bit. And criticize it and get frustrated by it, but it's only because we want it to be better and we want it to improve, you know. Right, we are just waiting for us to come back from commercial break. It's pre-taped. It is pre-taped. Yes, it is pre-taped. Right, let's get back to this flipping show. I am looking at prices, said Steve, and the prices have risen by over 100% since 2023, even whilst accounting for inflation, and that is pretty bad. I'm just waiting for people to let me know when we are back. I'm lost if you take 10 years on one comment, like saying the same thing 100 times, says KD. What do you mean? I am a stockholder. Show me the money, says Joseph. Ty says, I've got you. Okay. I'm on the last time is now tournaments. Yes, well, if you don't have to stop for commercials, then you can just blast through. AB WWE fan said, I just bought WrestleMania tickets for night 2. We're back. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, here's Chelsea. Okay, so Chelsea makes her way down to the ring, and we're going to be doing the Chelsea celebration. Okay, that person is saluting. She's got a sash that says Miss North America. Danny says we're back. Okay, let's get these scores. 59, 11, 12, and 18. Okay, Chelsea in the crowds. Chelsea saluting the fans. This is her title celebration, and of course, these never go well. We've got Mexico, Canada, and American flags in the backgrounds. I don't really get that comment. I bet she's got no time for guys that play with toys. Sign in the crowd says impeach. They cut to it, actually. It's an honor to serve as the greatest women's champion. So we were going to do this last week. The North Americas. And she holds her smile a little bit. Okay, we've got a very expensive display of pyrotechnics. Okay, Jade's music hits. Here's Jade making her way down. Okay, Jade gets in the ring. Big boot there by Jade. Jade trying to go over, trying to grab Chelsea. I'm guessing she's got a problem with Chelsea because... Chelsea gets planted. I'm guessing she's got a problem with Chelsea because Chelsea keeps calling herself the greatest, women's champion. But this doesn't really make much of sense in regards to, taking out a fellow heel. I suppose we're just trying to present her as being top dog, you know? I can't see us doing a match there, though, to be honest. Okay, now the pyro goes off. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, actually. Having the pyro go off. Okay, we're backstage. Mate. Oh, here's AJ. AJ says she's going to make sure that they get the win tomorrow. Okay, advantage match. Charlotte going to be in action. Looks like we're going to be getting the traditional Survivor Series match coming up next. 36 minutes into this show, and are we going to another commercial break now? John Cena, little advert first. Benny, thank you. I really am looking forward to that interview, you know. I'm really looking forward to that interview. Cadet said, is there any wrestling term that annoys you, like Mark or Berrids? No, don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, no. I'm trying to think if there are any terms that annoy me, but no, I'm not annoyed by any of them. I mean, I think as time has gone by, Jobber has become... Okay, I've paused it because I'm guessing we're at a break now. Are we at a break? I've got Jade backstage. Are we at a break? If anyone can let me know. I've got Jade backstage at the moment, so I've just paused it. John interview. Okay, no, past the John interview bit. Are you before or after Cena? I'm after Cena. KD, I've already acknowledged it, but I thank Benny for letting me know. You're about a minute ahead. Honestly, I've got some people saying I'm 20 seconds ahead. Some people saying I'm a minute ahead. I think the truth is we're all at different points this week, so I'm not really interested. All I need to know is when are we at commercial break in America? Let me know. I'll pause it. As soon as someone says we're back, I'll unpause it, and I'm just going to stick to that. Because I think the truth is we're all at different points. We're at commercial. Okay. Did you have the Jade thing? The Jade thing. I've got Jades, or is that not happened yet? Asib said, do you agree with Russo that there's no storylines? No, I think there are storylines, but I just don't think the storylines have been very good. We haven't got to Jade yet. Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, I paused it before the Jade thing then, so as soon as we're back from commercial break, let me know. I'll unpause it at that point. Yeah, in regards to stories, we've spoke about stories before, and I think that we have got stories. You can have a look at what we're doing with Alexa and Charlotte being a team
like, you know, together. You can look at the Asuka Kyrie thing. You can look at Bailey and that situation. You can look at the Vision. I mean, there are definitely stories, but whether those stories are any good, I mean, the John Cena heel turn was a story. Whether it was any good, you know, whether it was properly executed, that's, you know, debatable. But I think there are stories that we do get. I just don't think they've been very good in 2025. Corey said, I think they should book a handicap match with Michin and BFAB against Jade, so Jade can murk both of them, says Corey. Connor said, would we like it if Aleister Black, Damian Priest was the fifth and final match? I wouldn't care, to be honest. It's not a feud that I'm very engaged in. I just don't mind. If we do it, if we don't do it, I'm not bothered. I don't know. Does anyone massively care about that? Is that one that people are really engaged with? It's not massively grabbed me, honestly. It's pre-recorded this week, yes. James said, no matter what we do tonight, we just can't please everyone. Yeah, it's understandable. I get that, like, people are just trying to help, and that's fine, and I appreciate it. But I think the truth is that this week we are just genuinely all at different points. And I think that as a result, like, it's just going to be a nightmare to try and stay in sync. So, yeah, I think as long as we've got that kind of understanding. David said, not really. You're not really into it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not grabbing me. I don't know why. I like Aleister. I like Zelina. I don't think we've done much with Damian since he kind of came out from Judgment Day. Haven't really been enjoying what he's done on SmackDown, so he feels a little cold. But yeah, I don't like dislike any of them. So I'd like to be more into that story, but it's just not grabbed me. Adam said, my man, hope you're doing well. What do we think about Brock Lesnar's direction for WrestleMania? I think Braun or Gunther. I would think that Brock would probably go after a babyface. So I think that I don't know genuinely who they'll put him in there with, but back. Okay, boom. Tracy says we're back. So I've pressed play. Wrestle Rants, thank you. Okay, Jade said she's got a problem with anyone that runs their mouth. Okay. There's BFAB. Do you know what? Here's Michin. Might have to be me, says Michin. Actually, don't mind the way that Jade's getting presented here. Just like, I know she's just took out a heel, whatever, but I mean, she's very like, everyone can have it, basically. Everyone can get it. There's definitely a flicker of aura there that I'm sensing with Jade's. For me, like, problem is the bell rings and then, like, you know, you're not really getting loads out of like a contest, but maybe if we keep her matches relatively short and sweet and, you know, just put in a few new things here and there, we can... there is something there. There is definitely something there. William, hello. Wyatt said, I'm thinking Gunther should not have won. Melo needed it more. That's how you book your next babyface. Gunther should retire Brock now. Women's WarGames team says Willow. William said, Trini banned me from looking at her boobs. Goods. You perv. We're back. Okay, here's LA Knight. So we're going... Oh, I thought it was the traditional Survivor Series match. Weren't they backstage ready to go? And now we're doing LA Knight Miss. I thought they were backstage in Gorilla.
They must have just been backstage, hyping each other up. So, Miz, LA Knight. That's going to be our main event, says Jay. Oh. I thought they were in Gorilla, so I thought we go commercial break, come back, we'll do that match. But it's not to be. Instead, it's LA Knight and The Miz in the Last Time Is Now tournaments. So, yeah, I did hear that it was The Miz that was going to be that person. I think that's obviously going to be underwhelming for a lot of people, but I think a lot of people had already heard the news as well, what with this being a tape show. Okay, this is... Sign in the crowd said it was her or WWE. I miss her so much. It's been a couple of fun signs tonight, actually. It was her or WWE, and I miss her so much. Okay, LA Knight thrown in. This match should be okay. Miz and LA Knight can do some cooking. They can do some cooking. Right, a bit of sloppy booking. Miz lost and then gets a second chance to lose, says Steve. Daze, how are you? The community Discord is at 700 members. William is banned from looking at Trini's boobs, but I'm not, said Sonny. Oh. Well, that's amazing. Shout out to everyone that jumps in the Discord. There should be a link in the description. And 700 members is actually really amazing. So I hope that people are enjoying hanging out there and having a place to chat. And, you know, it's a place for the community away from the streams. So big shout out to Sunny and Dormouse and all those people that do the bits and bobs in there that keep that place a fun place to hang. Miz going over and choking LA Knight out on the rope. Jennifer said this match should be at least better than Jay Rusev. Yeah, you lot were not impressed. I didn't actually read out that match score. You lot gave it good 82%. Good 82%. Stone said, I would rather have someone who lost in round one than just a free pass to someone who did not compete. I do agree with that, actually. If this was round one, then I think you could change it for someone completely new. But considering we've already done a round, someone that didn't have to even get through round one, it would be a bit of an unfair advantage, wouldn't it? I just got in. I was hoping I was going to see Fandango in this match, said Chris. Steve said, same as WarGames, Punk, Roman, Jay, Jimmy were last year. They just replaced Sami with Cody. Adam, shout out to you, buds. And I think we're going commercial break, and I've paused it. Commercial break, and I've paused it. Mate, we're on it. We are on it. So we've hit pause. You'll have to just let us know when we are back again. Good luck to the Miz, said Jacob. Sonny said, if anyone's got any recommendations on how to make the Discord fun, just let us know in the suggestions channel. That's fun. That's fun. Who deserves to win this match and who deserves to advance? Well, honestly, I think you can go either way because the person that advanced on the other side was Jay. And I think Jay and LA Knight have got their problems, had their problems. And I think that that is face versus face, but there's a real history there. Or you can do Jay Miz heel against face, and I think that works as well. So genuinely, either person could advance in this one. Wrestle Rants said they should have given the spot to Javon instead of The Miz. Screw it, though. I'll watch his matches all day. Well, that's a good point because he was in that first round and he lost. But, I mean, he lost to Gunther. There's no shame in that. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the plan here, I don't know who they want to advance. So, I mean, if they want LA Knight to advance, then that might mean that Javon gets another match but loses another match, you know? So, the truth is, it probably just doesn't matter, does it? Again, we know who's winning this tournament. So, it doesn't massively matter. I mean, obviously, you know, if Gunther ends up not winning it, then obviously I'll have to take all that back. But I'm fairly confident Gunther is winning this thing. The rumours are that Gunther is winning this thing. Steve said, off topic, the second test, is it going to last more than 2 days? Poor pun. Well, I don't mind if it lasts more than 2 days or not. I just need England to win it, but I don't see them winning that game. Joseph said, everyone would whine if Javon was to take on Gunther for a second time in the tournament. Everyone would whine. I don't know. Well, would they? I don't know. Maybe. They might if he was to take him on a second time and lose again. They might. But, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. William, why are so many messages getting deleted? What's happening? I saw a side moob in the mirror earlier, said Dort Knight. Jordan said, I hate it when people spoil this episode. Oh, is it spoilers that are getting removed? Is that what's getting removed? Well, yeah, let's not put any spoilers in the chat. Well, I don't even know if that's what William's removed. William's removing, like, pretty much all messages. William, I do need to know when we're back, though. I do need to know when we're back from commercial break. William's just angry because he's on a boob ban. Well, I'll be angry if I miss when we're back from commercial break. Is this SmackDown taped? It is, yes. AB said, I'm behind by about 2 or 3 minutes. We're back. Oh my God, we're back. Okay. That was the first one I saw that said we were back. Jay, thank you. Connor said, big congratulations to Trick and Lash. Yes. Tracy, thank you. So we've got Miz in the ring with LA Knight. We're 50-odd minutes into this show. Big thank you and a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. I mean, to have so many people around for a tape show is greatly appreciated. I'm not even sure this card looks all that captivating, to be honest, this week. But I think there is some excitement in the air for Survivor Series tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to it, genuinely. Okay, Miz is down at the moment. LA Knight also down, trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. WarGames Advantage match, Charlotte, Asuka. LA Knight going over to the corner. Miz coming over. Shot coming in there by Miz. Jab coming back there by LA Knight. Jab's coming in. Bang. Clothesline. Miz goes down. Duck underneath there by LA Knight. Nice. Side Russian leg sweep. Miz chest first. Net breaker. Lovely. Going for the cover. LA Knight. Kick out at 2. Kick out at 2. Someone in the crowd. A kid in the crowd. LA! LA! LA Knight back up. Daze, who do we think will be the next WWE champ? Who's going to beat Cody? I really want someone else to hold it. Cena is my favourite. Randy second. Cena's going to run out of road, isn't he? He's got no time. He's facing Dominic and then we think Gunther and then he's done. I don't think... I mean, there's maybe a chance for Drew, but I don't think we're taking the belt off Cody this side of WrestleMania. So, 1, 2... And Cody lost at this year's WrestleMania, so do you want him to lose again? I think we could do Cody heel Randy and Cody retain. If we do Cody Gunther, I'm pretty sure Gunther's winning. So it could be Gunther. Could be heel Randy, but I don't know that you want Cody to lose again at Mania. He lost this year against John. Kick coming in, and another kick there by Miz, looking for a DDT. Bang! Gets it. Gets it. To kick out there by LA Knight. I think William is done throwing a tantrum, says not well, that just got deleted. King Yeti said Cena's time is up. Okay, Miz round the back of LA Knight. Miz goes down, back on his feet, round the back. And okay, inverted DDT there by LA Knight. LA Knight down, Miz down. Oh, whoa. Oh. Acrobatics by LA Knight to get back up to his feet. LA Knight in the corner. LA Knight at the top. Gets caught. Skull crushing. Bang, connects. The Miz. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by LA Knight. Miz with his head in his hands. I think he thought he had that then. I think he thought he had that. Oof. Oof. I don't understand people that post spoilers. It's weird, says WrestleRants. Yeah, I agree. Just let it play out. If you know where it's going, then that's great. You read the results. Well done. Kicks coming in there by LA Knight. Okay. STF in by The Miz. This is already a more dramatic, exciting match, isn't it, than the Jey Rusev one? Good 82%. You guys really weren't feeling it. Right now, LA Knight trying to reach out to the ropes. Trying to reach out to the ropes. And he gets there. He gets to the ropes. Miz pulling LA Knight back to the middle of the ring. Miz goes down. Miz charging in, taken down. LA Knight grabbing the leg. Miz coming over, grabbing the ropes. Okay. Charles Robinson's really in the way. 1, 2. Miz trying to cheat, but Charles Robinson sees shenanigans. Miz trying everything here. Corey's like, how did he manage to spot that? Oh, going for it, but he's one of the best ever. Oh, skull crushing by LA. 1, 2. Oh, LA Knight gets it. Skull crushing finale by LA Knight. No outside interference. Wow. But no one cares for Miz or LA Knight because we know that Gunther's winning, said Christopher. It's true. It has definitely taken something away. But I was interested to know how they were going to book the Miz now that he was back in, you know? Yeah, Miz. Feet on the ropes. Couldn't do it. Right. They could have picked Joe or Jeff instead of the Miz again. There's only one person with a 100% success rate, and it's this girl. She points to herself there, Becky. Yeah. When the door is closed, leave it to me, says Becky. We've got this. Last time I faced Charlotte, she was out for a whole year. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. That was a little more subdued, that Kyrie moment. Little more subdued. Okay, is it commercial break? Commercials. Black Onyx, thank you. Paused. I'm not worried about it. Love that. So, yes, Becky making it very, very clear that she's got that 100% records. And we also found out that Asuka's not worried about this match. Because last time she faced Charlotte, she had her out for 12 months. Right, commercial break. We've hit pause. Dog Pound said, Daze, here's a question. What if Triple H and the creative team are doing a play on who is facing Cena at Saturday night's main event, and it's someone else that's not Gunther? Well, the only thing I can say is that since at least the middle of the year, the rumor has been that it's Gunther. So we got to the tournament looking to see if Gunther was going to be in it, and he was. And then he's got past Javon in his first rounds. Now he's into the semi-final stage. So it's going to be him against Solo. So it's him against Solo. I expect him to get past Solo. I don't expect Solo to get through to the final of this thing. So I'm pretty confident Gunther's getting to the final. So I don't know, man. I mean, at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Gunther versus Jay or LA Knight. I mean, we haven't spoke about this, but we are down to 4. We know the final 4. John Cena's last match is definitely going to be against either Gunther, who's been rumored since the middle of the year, LA Knight, Jay Uso, or Solo Sikoa. Now, of those, I think Gunther feels like the no-brainer. He feels like the front runner. I don't even know who you would have at number 2. I mean, would you have Jay at number 2? LA Knight at number 2? I think Jay and LA Knight are quite close, actually, and I'd have Solo at number 4. Least likely. I feel pretty good Gunther's getting to the final. So at the moment, I don't really look at it and see there being an alternative. I feel like that last match is going to be a heel. I don't think it's going to be against a baby face. It could be Jay, but I feel like Jay's got his problems that are very evident. It could be LA Knight, but they never seem to want to pull the trigger. If it is LA Knight, then this would be them pulling that trigger. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like Gunther, doesn't it? Just feels like it's going that way. Probably lots of late ticket sales for Survivor Series because people were just waiting for that price to come down a bit, said Steve. That's a good shout. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was that. Can we imagine if it was Solo? Just imagine. Oof. Oof. What is your favourite candy or chocolate, William, says Niall Horan fan. Niall Horan fan trying to reach out to William, trying to build some bridges. Jordan said Kyrie didn't even jump. Weird that, wasn't it? Yeah, I didn't think Kyrie was as reactive this time, but, you know, perhaps she didn't know it was coming this time, I don't know. Tickets for Raw in January were outrageously priced, said Alex. We're back. Okay, I just saw we're back. Black Onyx, thank you. Here's Solo talking about this match. Daze, when are we potentially going to see Randy? Well, I don't think it'll be too much longer. I'm not aware of there being any big injury or anything. So, Again, I think we just didn't want to use him this side of Survivor Series. He's going to be back in E. I mean, maybe they give him the rest of the year off. You know, they could absolutely give him Christmas off. But I'd imagine he'll be back Rumble at the very latest. Have we noticed the fire and the hunger when Rusev wrestles just isn't there, said Big Time. I don't know what AEW did to him, but he's lacking motivation and energy. Well, I think, I don't know if he's got, I thought he did well in the kind of end of the Sheamus feuds. But I thought he struggled when he first came back. I don't know if we can judge his match with Jay. Here's Elia. Oh. Okay. Tama. Oh no. Here's the jackass. The only person you should be concerned with is Tommaso. And there's the Axiom mask. I'm going to take that from you. Jackass. He didn't read the shirt. The shirt says, "Don't call me a jackass." He either didn't read it or he chose to ignore it. So there we go. We just had a little confrontation between Elia and Tommaso. Here comes Asuka. Is Kyrie with her? No. Asuka on her own. Asuka on her own? Asuka coming down on her own. I am the future. Right. Daze ain't gonna unmod William. That would send shockwaves through the community, wouldn't it? That would send shockwaves. Chris said, tournament was not what I thought it was going to be. John said he wanted to give someone an opportunity that he had on his first match. I was thinking it was just going to be all newcomers, not just people that had made it, says Chris. I don't know. I think John was talking more about not giving it to someone and having them earn it. I do get your point. Perhaps we just sort of presented it slightly wrong. Perhaps what we should have done is like really focus more on the, you know, you've got to take opportunity, not just wait for it to be given. So rather than someone just being given that last opportunity, I want someone to take it. And so we had a bit of a mixture, didn't we, of old names, and we didn't have much from NXT. Was there anyone other than Javon? I think there was only Javon, wasn't there? So there probably was a lack of NXT presence. I don't know. Should there have been an argument that this should have been a 32-man tournament? And we could have had a lot more people involved and a lot more NXT talent involved. I do agree. It does feel like there was a lack of up-and-comers. Okay, there's Asuka in the ring, dancing, vibing to Charlotte's theme. Their records are even. Asuka looks terrified. That's Asuka in the ring waiting for Charlotte. Okay, Charlotte has made her way down to the ring. Asuka is ready. Is Charlotte ready for Asuka? Okay, Bella sounded. And we're about to get underway. So let's end the poll. We don't want to get confused. Asuka versus Charlotte. Where are we time-wise? Time-wise, we're 10 minutes into the second hour. Okay, Asuka is in the ring. Charlotte's in the ring. They're circling around each other. And we are about to get underway. Let's end this poll. Asuka, Charlotte. Round the back, Asuka working on the arm. No joy. Benny said, save those moves for Dancing with the Stars. Good shout. Good shout. Okay, so, it's another match that you guys weren't blown away by, you know. LA Knight wins. You lot said it was good 88. Oh, my God. Okay, Charlotte charging over. Big boot, no joy. Asuka moves out the way. Asuka through the ropes. Big kick. Big Time said, why do we think the match quality from the main roster is weak? Oh, we spoke about that before. We see glimpses with certain names. Maybe it's age. I don't think it's age. I don't think it's age because I think there's a lot of varying ages that get featured on Raw and SmackDown. So I really don't think it's age. I think that it's a mixture. I think one of the big factors is the lack of live events. Commercial break. Bing, bing, bing. The show has gone to commercial. Please pause. So I think the lack of live events means that they're just not being given a chance to work things out. And they're just not getting a chance to, you know, practice a few elements and work on a few things. And just means that, you know, some wrestlers can go a good few weeks without having wrestled a match. Look at Julia, you know. She is not working live events. She is only getting a match like once every few weeks, once every 3 weeks. And it means that she's got to step in there relatively cold against an opponent she's probably not worked before and put on a banger. I mean, that is actually quite a tough ask, isn't it? Compared to where the business was not that long ago, where they could work live events and, you know, sort a few things. I think that's playing a big factor. One day before a PLE, it's a bit of a letdown. The card is pretty much set for Saturday. It's just minor details today, said Joseph. Yeah, true. True. I mean, what I would say is it's a perfectly fine watch. I don't feel like it's an essential watch. I think you could find the results to find out who's got through in the tournament. I think the mystery person was a bit of a letdown for those that were maybe tuning in for that reason. I suppose, you know, we've got the women's advantage match. The thing is, at the moment, outside of the results, there's not really a reason to have tuned into this, is there? That's the only thing at the moment. So it'd be nice if there would be something in here that would be teased, that would be like, ooh, where's that going to go? You know, that was worth tuning in for. I mean, at the moment, blooming hell, the two matches we've had, good 82 and good 88. So I can't say we're drowning in quality match-wise at the moment. But, so yeah, very go-home feel at the moment. But, well, I don't know. Look, Charlotte, Asuka, they definitely have worked each other in the past. I'm hoping this is going to be a good match. Hope they give this a bit of time. And this is for who gets the advantage. So this could be something. This could be okay. We are at commercial break at the moment. As soon as we are back, let me know. Let me know. With all the possibilities of surprises tomorrow, what is the one surprise that we would personally love to see? What is the one surprise that we would love to see? I think I'd love to see Jay turn heel or something like that. Something seismic. Something really, You know, I'd even take Cody turning heel. Just something big. I don't mind Randy coming back or something like that, but yeah, I'm looking for something pretty tasty. I want something to get my teeth into. I don't think I've got like a specific, oh, I really want it to be this. I certainly don't care about the results. But yeah, I think like a big shocking turn would be good, wouldn't it? I think that would be good. Again, let me know as the set. Oh, there we go. It felt like we were back or about to come back. So Rare Breeds, thank you. There we go. Okay, right now we've got Charlotte going over to the corner. Charlotte is climbing up. Crossbody. Kick coming in there by Asuka. Spinning back fist by Asuka. Asuka against the ropes. Big boot there by Charlotte. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Final boomer said Daze and the awesome community. The positive support has got me through that tragic ordeal. I just want to give you all your props. Yeah, final boomer. I hope things are getting a bit better for you, buds. I hope things are getting a bit better for you. Awful what you have been through. So chat out to you, buds. Forearm shots being exchanged here by Asuka and Charlotte. And again. Oh, yeah, says Charlotte. And again. Laying him in. Bang! Another one as Asuka goes down. Over against the ropes goes Charlotte. Clothesline. Charlotte grabbing Asuka. Asuka on her feet. Oh, lovely work. Kip up there by Charlotte, and she does manage to kip up. Flashes the guns. Flashes the guns. Yeah. Charlotte just stepped on Asuka and Asuka went, yeah. Oh, I need that clip. I need the clip of Charlotte stepping on Asuka and Asuka going, yeah. Oh, Asuka kicks out. Asuka kicks out. Bang. Okay, right now we've got Charlotte. Back elbows coming in by Asuka. Asuka against the ropes. I want to clip it. I want to clip it. Bang. German suplex there by Charlotte. Oh, Charlotte's taking Asuka to Suplex City. Back elbow there by Asuka. Asuka getting round the back. Oh, lovely. Asuka coming in. Big boot. Shot coming back there by Charlotte. Asuka coming in and a kick. Charlotte going down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. I kid you not, other podcasts have struggled with content because the product is bad. There's little to no talking points to keep the fan bases interested, says Big Time. 1, 2. Charging in. Big knee. Charlotte goes over, looking for an armbar. Trying to get the armbar in. Right now, Charlotte is down on her knees. Asuka on her back, looking for the cover. Her shoulders look... No, is it? Oh, maybe not. I was going to say, I think her shoulders are down. Shouldn't the ref be counting? Right now, Charlotte has got... driving Asuka down. 1, 2. Kick out there by Asuka. Kick out by Asuka. I don't mind this match. This match is definitely better than what we've... well, I believe it to be better than what we've had so far. Charlotte stepping on Asuka made me laugh, says Jordan. I enjoyed it as well. Right now, we got a forearm shot coming in there by Asuka. Right now, Charlotte's shorts are slipping down. Music said this match is terrible. Oh, I think it's better than what we've had already. Oh! Asuka trying to miss Charlotte, but Charlotte moves out the way. Bang! Asuka going face first into the commentary table. Back in the ring goes Asuka. Charlotte getting in. So we've had a missed. Oh, now we got the Asuka lock applied. Asuka lock is in. Is that blood? What the hell's that on the side of Charlotte's gear? 2. Oh, perhaps it's just there for decoration. It looked red like it was blood. Oh, no, it's on both sides. Oh, wow. Okay. These matches are short, aren't they, actually? I thought this was going to have a bit more to it. Right. Production got misted. Let's get match scores. What was funnier, Shotmaster or Brockmaster? Well, I think Shotmaster's more iconic. But Brock's one of the best of the year. I'd imagine people these days probably enjoy the Brock one more. Shotmaster doesn't really mean any. I mean, people only know Shotmaster because of the botch. Okay, there we go. Charlotte's sending out some hearts to the crowds. Coming up next, it's going to be our elimination match. There's a couple of things that I am going to have to try and find. I need to find... WWE coming through. Slamex is such a goat. Honestly, Slamex posts stuff that so many other people don't post. Really, really fills a gap, a void. Although I do need that clip of... I need to find that. I want to find the clip of Charlotte landing on Asuka and Asuka going... It just made me laugh. And if it made me laugh, I've got to think it's going to make other people laugh as well. Right. Daze, this main event is commercial free, so you're not going to need to pause. Oh, thank God for that. Thank God for that. Okay, you lot said you're at commercials. Oh, Jesus. Well, I'm not. I feel like I'm going to have to get to a certain point, and then you're going to have to tell me when we're at that point. Okay. Tell me, because I think I've overrun a touch, tell me when Solo is coming out. Yeah, there was just a Survivor Series that was all. So I've paused, but tell me when Solo is coming out and then I'll unpause. Right. Yeah, this is going to be a proper elimination match, isn't it? Where, like, people get eliminated, so it's not just one pin and the match is over. So that's why we need to give this thing a bit of time. Brony said Solo's out. I've only got 7 minutes left, said James. Oh, my God. We're all over the road. Okay, I'm excited for this match. Not so much for the participants, but just the fact it's a Survivor Series traditional match. Please be good, says Jay. I miss the old Survivor Series and the team names they would make up, said Hawks fan. Music said Asuka needs chants that the crowd can chant along with. That's what these Zoomer crowds want. No botch will ever surpass Titus, said Wrestle Rants. I agree. I think that's the GOAT. I feel bad for everyone who has to deal with the commercials, said Dark Clouds. It's weird. The chat is so much nicer now, says William. Daze, how would you compare face Jade or heel Jades? Well, I think Jade is a natural heel. I don't really find her to be a warm person that I warm towards. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. I don't know. I can't really answer it. I just don't find a natural warmth there, personally. Perhaps it's because she is someone that is very, do you know what I mean? All about fine clothes, fine dining. Like, she shows off this amazing life, going on holidays all the time. Like, don't know, you can, with people struggling in the world and finances being so difficult, I think there's a real pushback in this day and age, or at least I think there is, where people are kind of flaunting, you know, back in the day when social media first started, people were quite happy to show off their cars, their money, their chains, and all that sort of stuff. I don't know, man. I think as time has gone by, all of that's become a bit like, yeah, cool. I'm struggling here, kind of a thing, you know? So I think I don't find her to be very relatable. And as a result, I think she strikes me as more as a natural heel. I think she can do face, and she could be nice, and she could be approachable. I'm sure she could, you know, do that. But I just think she feels more comfortable as a heel in my mind. And I don't know, maybe there's just something in that. It's kind of hard to put your finger on it. I think she's a nice person. I don't think she's a bad person or anything. So, but yeah, I'm kind of sensing a bit of aura with her attitude backstage. There was just a little flicker of something earlier, and I was like, I've got Cody coming out. Cody! Did you shop WWE merch on Black Friday? No. Because I looked at a couple of things and they hadn't gone down. And if there was a saving, it still was at a pretty expensive price. There's a JC Jane shirt at Euroshop. There's 50 odd pounds. Even if you take off 40 odd % or something, still coming in at like 30 odd quid. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's mental. Mental pricing. So I looked at a couple of things, but I was like, no. There's not really much I'm after, to be honest. I did look at some AJ Lee shirts. I still need to get one, but I still can't find one that really speaks to me. That's like, that's the one to get. James said, I'm in a good mood. I can go to bed half an hour earlier. We're back. Yeah, let me know when Solo's coming out. And then I'll hit play and we'll be underway. Roman doesn't seem warm and fuzzy. He seems cocky, condescending and arrogant. Well, he was. And the whole acknowledge me thing actually really won people over to him because he became cool. He didn't care what people thought. And he was a badass. And he you know, he's got this amazing aura and this look. And actually that turned him into being cool. And actually the same might happen with Jade. Jade is all about herself, all about flaunting, you know, posing in front of that big WWE champion sign, holding up a belt, all that kind of stuff. And the irony that you've just pointed out, the more you lean into that, the more you actually might become cool. The more the crowd might be like, do you know what? Say what you want, but that's ice cold. That's a baller move. And so she might actually gain some respect from that the more she leans into that. So yeah, that's kind of like a weird irony. You see that quite a lot where people become heel, and by them becoming heel, they then actually they build up their aura and they become bigger stars. And that's exactly what happened with Roman in the Bloodline, and it could be the exact same thing that happens with Jade's. So I actually think this heel run is absolutely the right thing to be doing, and long term could work really well for her. People are saying that Jimmy is getting replaced. I don't know. I'm not aware that he is. They might be saying that because he feels a little bit like the guy with the least amount of aura. So it could be that. Roman is a badass, says let him in. Charismatic and can back it up with his arrogance and overconfidence. It's valid because he backs it up. Aaron said, Daze, you're a hypocrite. You call out that bum Maxine, okay, but far worse is Jade's. And then you say that. They do not trust her, and so she does nothing. No in-ring and no promo. No, I disagree. I don't think you've understood what I've said. Because I said that Maxine has made very few appearances on the main roster. So we're meant to celebrate all the work that she's done, but you've not shown me any work. Tell me the great matches that she's had. Tell me the great promos that she's done. Tell me the big stories that she's been a part of. Why have we put a belt on Maxine that I have barely seen in 2025? You know, I think she's had, as I said, 12 matches, and the vast majority of those singles matches have been on main event. They've not been on Raw. They've not been on Smackdown, right? But if you look at Jade Cargill, she was in a tag team with Bianca. They were successful. They had the tag champs, right? We've built Jade. Jade is someone that's had a lot of main roster matches. So she's someone that we have built up. She's someone that we've put work into. She's someone that has been in a big storyline with Naomi and has appeared at WrestleMania and had WrestleMania matches. She's someone that we've been building and investing in since she came in. And when she came in from AEW, she came in as someone that had already featured in AEW, had already been their mid-card champion, had already had a run of, 50-0, and had been a big focus for them in their women's division. Then she comes over to WWE. We then continue hyping her up, making her out to be this massive deal. We book her consistently throughout, put her in a tag team with Bianca, do the whole thing with Naomi attacking her, do a big storyline there. Big moment where Jade comes down and murks Naomi in Elimination Chamber. I mean, feel free. Honestly, the floor is yours. You give me all the examples where Maxine has done all of that. I'll wait. Honestly, I'll wait. You tell me where Maxine is equal to all of those things. You tell me where I'm a hypocrite. You tell me how Maxine can be compared to Jade's achievements and the amount of work and investment that we've put into Jade. You tell me how that compares to Maxine, because it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. They're completely different points in their career. Maxine is trying to get up to a standard. She's trying to get momentum. She's trying to get TV time. Whereas Jade Cargill's already been at WrestleMania, already featured at PLEs, already been a tag team champ with Bianca, already been on the main roster and consistently, God only knows if I was to compare how many TV matches Maxine's had to TV matches that Jade has had. And we're going to just say they're both in the same boat. No, come on. I understand that there might be criticism for Jade and her in-ring work and that needs improving. I do understand that. But Jade has got a lot more experience than what Maxine has got. And, I don't know that it was right to necessarily put that championship onto Jade, that world championship. They felt like the time was right to do it now. I wasn't celebrating saying, yes, this is the right time, this is perfect. But I feel like it's something they'd been building towards for quite a while. I feel like it was something that we were trying to get towards, We were trying to get towards getting Jade to that point. They've decided now's the time to do it. There's not really anyone for her to go up against at the moment. It feels very, very thin in regards to challengers. So I think at the moment they've just got her murking Meechin and murking BFAB. But eventually Bianca's going to come back, and I would imagine that will be where we go for WrestleMania. So I would imagine Jade versus Bianca is probably something they've got penciled in. And I think that backstage, there was just this bit of attitude that I got from Jade's that I was like, okay, there's a little something there. But to be honest, I might see her next match, and I might just go back to square one with her, because her match quality just might not have been kicking on. It just might not be where it needs to be, you know? I'm not a massive Jade supporter, flag waver for Jade, but I think to compare that to the Maxine situation is just really disingenuous, because you can't tell me all the stuff that Maxine has done on the main roster in comparison to the way that we've built up Jade's. It's just not comparable. Ray Phoenix is here. Yeah, I've got them coming down. I've got Shinsuke coming down. Phoenix has come down. They've screwed up this SmackDown, said Big Guy. This match is going to be awful, said Music. This show is going to be awful. Trini said, Daze, that's just a Maxine stan. Oh, well, that's fine. I'm happy to respond. I mean, look, if someone genuinely wants to say that I'm being hypocritical about something, I'm quite happy to respond, because everything I say comes from a place of truth. I don't have any need to say the things I say for any kind of hidden reason, you know? There's no, like, hidden agendas or anything. So there's absolutely no reason for me to kind of lie or say something that I don't truly believe, because ultimately, if I do that, I would expect to be called out for it, and I would expect to not be able to back it up. I would, if I was saying stuff that I didn't truly believe in, then, I'm going to get myself in trouble, aren't I? I'm going to tie myself up in knots. But that's why if someone calls me out on it, I'm quite happy to stand by it, because I know that what I've said has come from an honest place. So, there we go. Okay, everyone's in the ring. Why are we talking about Andre the Giant and Butch Reed? Oh, are they talking about the very first Survivor Series elimination match? Okay, Bella's sounded. We're underway. We've got Sabin in there. He's going to start us off with Tama. Tama looking over at Solo. Okay, let's change this over. Let's get the match score. How long have we got? We got 22 minutes. Traditional Survivor Series match. I've come back from 20 minutes into the future, said Defcon. Have you watched all the show, have you? Yeah, we're still just working our way through at the moment. This one has started. There's a little sign on the edge of the ring that says Happy Thanksgiving. Just had quite a long time there for entrances. So, a long time for entrances. Ah, Slam X, you absolute goat. Look at this. Slam X says, there you go, Wrestling Days.
In position. In position.
Slamex, thank you, my friends. I know that Slamex sometimes joins us so that they know when we're back from commercial break and everything. Right, well, where we are right now is we have got Tama Tonga in there with Chris Sabin. And we are underway with this elimination match. So where was we in regards to the scores? We have... It's another one that comes out as good 88, unfortunately. Okay, backslap tag being made. In comes JC. JC with a shot to the midsection. Shot to the back, down goes Alex Shelley. Okay, over against the ropes, working on the arm there by Alex Shelley. In comes Sami. Bang. Chris Sabin and Solo are starting off this one, said AB. Okay, over in the corner goes Sami. Oh. Sami gets planted. 1, 2. Sami gets his shoulder up. So a lot of people really hoping that this is going to deliver, that this is going to be a banger. This is a traditional Survivor Series match, and it seems like people in the chat are really up for this match, want to see this kind of a match return. I wonder if you could combine this with WarGames, do WarGames, but also do it as an elimination type match. Tama going over and shots coming into Sami. Jericho's 55. If he joins WWE, he'll probably show up more than 40-year-old Roman Reigns, says Brony. Right now, back in the corner. Backslap tag there by Solo. Solo with a back elbow. Down goes Sami. Solo going for the cover. Sami gets his shoulder up. Wrestle with Andy. Hello. Wrestle with Andy said, who was the original pick going to be before The Miz switched names? What if it was Jericho and he comes into feud with The Miz? Oh, I don't know, because that won't ever get revealed, will it? So I don't know that there's going to be anything that kind of comes of that. I think it was just a way of him getting himself into the tournament. Shinsuke's in against the ropes. Down goes JC. Knee coming into the midsection. Down goes lots of people coming in. Tama on the outside. Here's Tonga. Tonga lower in there, charging over at Shinsuke. Kick coming into the back of the heads. How can he be missing Roman when he's on Monday, says Tony. Dort Knight said, what's your thoughts on bald people buying shampoo? I don't really have any thoughts, to be honest. I don't know what's best for the top of your scalp. Can you just use soap and whatnot on that? Or is it better to use like a shampoo with it? And not sure. Don't know. Never thought about it. I think they should do whatever makes them happy. JC going for the cover while Solo makes the save. Right now, Sami with Solo. Solo going to the outsides. Sami to the outsides. Up. Tonga to the outsides. Tama to the outsides. Up. Clothesline. Ray to the outsides. Talla goes to the outsides. Everyone's on the flipping outsides. Motor City. Make a tag. I think we're going to do a spot here where Alex Shelley goes under that bottom rope. Takes down Solo. Sabin is going to do a suicide dive. And I'm surprised that it's a suicide dive where you just land on one person and it's okay. It's because Sami and Ray Fenix have jumped him. Are they going to take out... They take out a couple. Whatever. It doesn't matter. There were so many people on the outside. You sort of expected it to be like a big spot. But instead, we've just took out lots of individual people. JC JC in trouble too. JC eliminated. JC eliminated. So the first elimination is JC. I shaved my head. I just use soap, says Simon. I thought it was a waste of a mystery opponent. I do understand the Miz and his determination, though, said Dark Clouds. Triple A said Daze Roman being part-time is decided by WWE so that he looks like a star, or is it Roman? It's Roman. WWE would absolutely take more of him, of course, because every time he's on, he helps ratings. Won't more Roman be good for the business? Yeah. I think it helps Roman's star power as well, though. I think it's one of those where it certainly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. But yeah, I mean, they would definitely take more Roman if they could get more Roman. But it's Roman wanting to work a reduced schedule because, well, he wants to spend time with his family, of course, Bang! Lovely work there by Tama 2. Oh, Shin eliminated. Shin's gone. Well, there we go. So Shinsuke gets eliminated. That means both teams are a member down right now. Ray Fenix gets planted. Tonga. To the outside goes Sami. Roman doesn't give a shiz about WWE. He cares about money and the most amount he can make whilst doing the absolute minimum, says Brony. Ah. Brony, isn't your picture a Roman picture? I thought you was a big Roman fan. Tonga lower, getting right in the face of the referee there. Yeah, that spine buster is meaty. Meaty is the word I'm going to use. Okay, Ray rolling through, goes up, lands on the shoulders of Tonga lower. Over he goes. 1, 2, 3. Tonga lower eliminated. Tonga lower eliminated. That is number 3. Oh, here's Talla. The difference maker, says Michael Cole. Slam down. JC is a better wrestler than Cody, but if you're not booked to show it, there's not much you can do, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Wrestle rants with the yeah. Brian said, are we watching AAA after? We're not. No. I don't know if I would at that time, to be honest. It's tricky, innit? Definitely want to get the post-show done. And obviously with tomorrow, don't want to be like wearing my voice out or anything. So, don't know. It'll be interesting. If that is going to be a normal thing where AAA runs after SmackDown, then I might have to start thinking about bringing it in. How's that going to work, though, with Hall of Fame? Because normally Hall of Fame is after SmackDown in April. It's quite late as well, isn't it? So I don't know if this is just a one-off or what the situation is. On the shoulders, against the ropes goes... backslap Chag. Here's Shelley. Inverted atomic drop. Chris Sabin with a drop kick. Shelley goes over. Drop kick there by Sabin. honestly, this might be like the best presentation of the Motor City Machine Guns that we've seen so far. Over the top rope. Sabin goes down. This is good for them because they're not having to carry like the whole side of the match. So other people can do their stuff and then they can come in and do that kind of quick paced tag work. But, well, we just eliminated Shelley. So that's that ruined. Just as I was like, this is honestly the best I think we've presented Motor City. Like, we eliminate one of them and we might be about to eliminate the other one. Sabin. Well, manages to get down, but Talla grabs Sabin. Big clothesline. Sabin goes down. 1, 2. Then that is Motor City done. Thanks for popping in. Sami and Rey Fenix on the one side. On the other side, we've got what? Solo, Talla, and I think we've still got Tama. So MFTs definitely with the advantage. You jinxed it. Yeah, I know. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, didn't mean it. I did genuinely think they looked pretty good in that, though. Kick coming in by Rey Fenix. Solo, throw in Fenix through the rope. Kick coming back there by Rey. Solo goes down. Out the ring. Do we think JD is too skinny for a wrestler? Drew was right. Most of the guys look like they should work at McDonald's. Well, I don't think size... I don't think too skinny to be a wrestler, but I think, you know, size is a factor. I think you're going to struggle to be like one of the world heavyweight champs, right? Definitely you're going to be the underdog. But I don't know. I don't think you only... It's like boxing, isn't it? I don't think size should be a factor. I think that wrestling should be able to accommodate different sizes. If boxing only had big guys, you never would have had Canelo. You never would have had Floyd Mayweather. That's moody by Tama Tonga. If UFC only had heavyweights, then you never would have had Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is legit quite small. There's so many great talents in boxing and MMA that never would have been if we were worried about size. I think it's really outdated for wrestling to be that way. I think if we had some degree of weight class, it would really be beneficial. I mean, look at Javon. Javon's not a big jack monster. People are so excited about Javon. Sami coming over, throwing in shots there at Talla. When does the Survivor Series stream start tomorrow, said Final Boomer? We're going to be starting quite early. The countdown show is going to start at 5 Eastern. That's 10 UK time. We always start a few hours before that because, well, we want to have conversations, don't we? I want to get your thoughts, your theories, chuck a few things around. Clothesline there by Talla. Solo charges in, collides into Sami. It's 3-on-1 against Sami now. He needs to go HBK mode, said Daryl. It is 3-on-1 for Sami. It was Tama Tonga that eliminated Rey Fenix. Haluva. Sami with a haluva. 1, 2. And he's dealt with one of them. So Sami hits a haluva on Tama. Two on one now. So a lovely elimination there by Sami. Well, we know from previous Survivor Series matches, it really is not over until it is over. Sami gets hurled into that ring post. Sometimes Sami Zayn is his own worst enemy. I wish there was a wrestler with a hacker gimmick who has a high ring IQ. Bring back gimmicks, said Humpty Vision. Ooh, Talla with a big boot. He ends up going... we've only got 5 minutes left. Is that going to be a count out? Is that going to be a count out? We might be getting a count out. He's counted out. Count outs. We're down to a 1v1. Solo. Driving Sami down. And 1, 2. Sami kicks out. Sami. It's been pretty fun, hasn't it, to be honest, this match? Right now, we got Solo perched. Big splash. 1, 2. I like Solo's approach here. I like Solo's approach at the moment is not dwelling too much on like what have I got to do. I am a bit bored of that. What have I got to do to put this person away? Like at the moment, spinning Solo, big splash. Like he's really just stay on him. Solo getting up to his feet, grabbing Sami, taking him back to the corner. I mean, do a good few moves, and if you still can't put him away, then start going like, what have I got to do, man? Right now, he's got Sami up on his shoulders. Sami trying to find a way. Powerbomb! 1, 2, Solo! Shoulder up. We are sneaking into the final moments of this match. The final minutes of this match. Sami is looking up to the heavens, digging deep, trying to find a way forwards. Shot coming in there by Sami. Shot coming back there by Solo. Sami with a big forearm. Solo responding. These two exchanging blows. Back and forth. This has got to a good place. A really good place. Kind of feels like all that build was really just to get us to Solo versus Sami as like a singles match. Looking for an exploder. Bang! Gets it! Sami with an exploder. Sami going over the other sides. Looking to deliver a haluva. Sami charging in. No! Kick by Solo. Samoan. Duck underneath. 1, 2. Sami. No joy. He hits it. 1, 2. Solo gets it. Solo gets it. Solo with a Samoan spike out of nowhere manages to get the victory. And that's quite interesting because this actually could build Solo a little bit. If we are going to do something big next year with Sami, well, Solo did just get past Sami. No outside interference. Granted, Sami had to overcome a couple of other guys first. But if we need an option for an opponent for Sami, if he does get to a world title, maybe we could look at this. There he is, standing tall. Solo picking up the victory in a really... Lights out! Lights out! Wyatt! They did say that they were going to be patient. Just wait. Well, now that we've managed to get past this traditional Survivor Series match, look at that. Fireflies are out there. They are. No sign of Howdy. Unless Howdy's going to be somewhere else. There he is! There you are! There's Howdy in the ring with Solo! Boom! Sister Abigail! Message sent. Message sent. Wyatt 6 MFTs. Let's go. Let's go. That's what people have been waiting for. Where's the Wyatt 6? Where's the Wyatt 6? There they are. There you are. Do you know, I enjoyed the ending of that. I really enjoyed the way that sort of played. I think that getting down to Solo Sami was like really fun. I don't mind Solo winning. That's okay. Sami had a lot to overcome, and I think it's probably right that he didn't quite achieve it. I think having the Wyatt 6 make their presence felt at the end was a pretty cool way to end it. Yeah, honestly, I'm not down on that. No, I'm not down on the ending. Not down on the ending. I think the show overall was a little bit skippable. I'm not sure that, you know, it was like an essential watch. But, yeah, I'm not down. In my 30 years of watching Survivor Series, since when was there count out elimination, says Defcon. Well, you can have them. He was counted out. He was eliminated. See you tomorrow for Survivor Series, says Connor. This was a bit of a B show, said Joseph. Daze, me asking this has nothing to do with that main event, but if Sami has a poor 2026, will you give up? No. No, but as a Sami fan, you know, you just kind of live in eternal hope that he is going to finally reach the mountaintop. But he's been on the main roster like 10 years now. So it feels like 2026, it could happen. But if it didn't happen next year, it would be like, well, isn't that just so Sami Zayn? Isn't that just so Sami Zayn for us to feel like we're that close, only for it to all fall away? Honestly, the chances are Sami is on the verge of winning the Rumble, and then he probably injures his shoulder. He can't complete the match. We have to call an audible, and then Sami's out for WrestleMania season. Like, if you're a Sami fan and you're not at least considering that as an option, as something that could legitimately happen, then how long have you been a Sami fan? How long have you actually been a Sami Zayn fan? Because all I'll say is welcome to the fan club. Because falling short is what we do. That'd be a good shirt. Falling short is what we do. Sami Zayn. Mike said, are we going to watch the AAA show? No, sadly not. I would, but I've got a post Smackdown stream set up in 7 minutes. So I need to run and do that. Plus also, with a pretty long Survivor Series stream tomorrow, I'm going to save my voice. So if they're going to start doing these AAA shows on a regular basis, then, well, yes, I will have to start thinking about what we do with that, because I will be interested. But this one, unfortunately, just kind of snuck up on me a little bit late. I think they only announced it like yesterday that they were doing this, so I'm just going to do what I normally do, but which is a post-show for SmackDown. But I am interested in seeing if this is something they're going to do on a regular basis. So watch this space is what I will say. Watch this space. And very much watch this space, because we're going to be back in 6 minutes. So Erase Your Mind, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. And appreciate everyone that's joined us. We're going to end the poll. Going to get the scores for the match. You lot have rated that great. You enjoyed it. You've given it great. 54. Great 54. I think that's very fair. Brilliant. Okay, right, we're done. Appreciate people joining us. Don't forget, we're back in a moment, but we're also going to be back tomorrow for Survivor Series. If you're around, swing by, share your thoughts. Really would appreciate, seeing as many of you as possible. We're going to start hours before so that we can dig into your thoughts. So whatever you've got, bring it. We'll talk about it. And looking forward to it. So thanks for joining. Appreciate it. I know it was messy, stopping and starting and being out of sync. We should go back to normal as of tomorrow. So it was just because this was taped for Thanksgiving. So we should be back to normal tomorrow. So awesome. All the best. Have a good night. And I'll see you tomorrow or in 5 minutes. Bye.